county's challenge is the human service funds. Oh, boy.
Most of the good numbers are on the inside.
On the other page, page 5.
Is that the Foster County paper?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my son called me, he was in Rockford, what's that paper? He called me and asked me, what's this about?
It's probably in the Rockford paper too.
I'm sure.
Well, I'm in that camp. I'm good at passing the buck, but
They're still, you know,
any rejection by the Wells County Commission would require involvement with the North Dakota State's Attorney's Office. It's gotta be their baby at that point, right? We own the money, how do we know? You know what I mean?
That's what Dan just said, where they got their figures.
Yeah, so and the state has those records that go all the way back to what they paid out.
Right.
I think they were just going off the formula that supposedly they
Yeah,
were supposed to
but-
be, but I think it said that in there. Which I don't know where that formula exactly came from.
Well, but it's a deal with that kind of money, do they feel like they're going in the hole, but they're really not paying out any money?
Well, and I'm sure it
Resident pays all the
it has
bills.
to do
Right.
with,
County pays all the
it
bills.
has to do with the space that's being provided by Foster County for social services, and it just underwent a great deal of renovation, so I'm sure they're looking for money to pay for the courthouse project.
Basically, I think so, yeah. Well, state
I
money,
should read the whole article, then ask questions.
state money funnels through our county.
Right, so we're the one with all the expenses. We pay the payroll and because the money comes to Wells County, right?
Yeah.
Broke down into two different.
They, parts of the day are one and why.
Comments, whatever that means.
Right. Well, all we're gonna do is ask them.
Maybe you can even go so far as to just write
Bottom
it.
line.
And it doesn't matter, it's just, it's my paper, so.
anywhere on.
Yeah, you can just write it on there.
They're worried they're going broke and they're coming in here to see what we can do.
I don't know, I haven't decided yet. Thank you very much. Yep.
I told them to
Thank you.
get on the agenda and you can come and,
Oh, sure.
voice your piece.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could they do?
That's right. That's
You can't get them off the phone otherwise.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't bad. That's it.
Actually, the article does a pretty good job of explaining how the system has changed over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely does.
But, yeah, I think people from state and this group, they have to sit down and iron this out.
Right.
Figure it out.
Doesn't
if
Wells
it-
County pay all the bills for the district now?
They do.
Except where they got their people in their office.
If this was one of the bills, how come it's first coming up now?
Yeah, 5 years later.
Just wasn't really described, I think, to Dan what was supposed to be paid out, right?
And there, in the charter or the agreement or whatever, there's absolutely no language whatsoever that says Wells County is obligated to disperse indirect cost funds. Doesn't say that. Now, if you guys, if that group, the board wants to change that, knock yourself out. But I know of no such arrangement that is enforceable retroactively.
And you're only following the rules, right?
Yeah.
So,
And it's a system that I inherited, so I don't know why or how it was set up the way it was. And frankly, it doesn't really matter. But I don't find any language in there that suggests that Wells County must disperse any funds. So,
how that money is distributed is a question for each service board.
like everybody else, they found out you have a few dollars in your bank account, so
Right,
they're going to seize it.
they're gonna try to get some way or another, right?
Went to the wrong building.
We'll have it.
Gotcha.
Like they had the wrong day, huh?
Yeah. Well, some vehicles, they must be having a water board meeting over
Some of them still better now, a little more now.
Now, this one thing it did in June.
here. Made it on time.
Chris, Beaver and or Chris got to say that.
60.
And he even made the paper.
Speeding ticket? No.
No, it's already. Just what you said.
Worse than that.
We're aware of it.
They should have contacted you and you could have put your
Jeez,
little
I
ad in
even
there.
made it. I even made the paper.
You could have put your little ad in there that there is no language saying that this
Well-
has to be paid back.
Everything here is accurate except the last sentence. The Independent reached out to Dan Stutland and Wells County Commission Chairman Stan Brooks for comment, but had not heard back. They've never contacted me.
And they did reach out to me, but I was in Arizona at the time and I didn't have anything to contribute to their story, so.
So this comes down to that social service board is gonna.
We're not involved. I'm not
I
involved
mean,
in
we're
that.
not involved in that, are we?
Not-
Very
Not
indirect.
directly.
Very,
I
very
don't
indirect.
suppose, but at some point in time, if they want some money, I suspect you're gonna have to authorize it
Well,
because it's
isn't
gonna
it-
come from you.
It's gonna cost
Well,
them.
I give you one
Wouldn't it be that
last time.
We need
money
to
that comes
give all our
from
pens to
social
Dan.
services?
Yeah,
Well, it's money that comes from.
No,
But it's in my, one of my
but-
desk drawer over in the other
I
building.
usually got them 2 years.
But there is
More than I-
nothing in that charter agreement.
Well, we should.
There's one other
You don't have one
social
either?
service unit, it's the one down by Washington, that has basically the exact same language that we do. But the 19 different social service entities in North Dakota all do something different. So,
I'm surprised the state took that over. They didn't make that more uniform.
well, and I'm sure in the course of your time as a commissioner, you have heard the term indirect cost.
Oh, yeah,
or
yeah,
direct
that-
cost.
that's, yeah.
Direct cost is something that is, you can't mistake it, it is.
Payroll.
Social service, payroll, their benefits, et cetera, that's a direct cost. An indirect cost would be like the rental or the use of this building. Okay, there's all kinds of entities, Tammy's office, extension, et cetera, that get benefit from the utilities on this building.
Right.
So it's an indirect cost because you cannot say this is a social service cost. They can only based on square footage or whatever. Those would be indirect costs. The state only covers 25% of indirect costs.
Oh, that's, oh, I thought it was more than
They,
that.
they pay 100%
Oh, the direct,
of
yeah,
direct
yeah, yeah.
costs. They pay 25% of indirect costs. Whose idea that was, it makes no sense to me. I mean, a cost is a cost, whether it's in Fargo or Bismarck or Esmond, North Dakota.
I know Randy Suka was a big part of getting that changed into districts, the health service thing, social service thing.
Yeah, he was a
It
big
is.
part of trying to transfer the funding of social
Something.
services to the state.
Something there, I know he
Well,
was a
he was
big.
on the board and then when they redistricted.
Right, the redistrict thing, he was on that
Right.
too.
All right, 8:30, call the meeting to order. Any additions to the agenda? Hearing none. July regular meeting minutes, motion to approve. Moved by Boone. Second by who? Oh, Brian. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Carried. Do we need to approve, we don't need to approve each one individually, do we?
No, you can do them as a group.
All right. there too, and they're very similar, but we need an approval of the July County Township special meeting minutes, which, you know, there were 9 of them.
Right?
So, motion to approve all 9 of those.
Also moved.
Moved by Doc, second.
I can say.
Seconded by Boone. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Time sheets, Dan, anything out of the ordinary?
No, you don't have, you only have the cover sheet of the, road department there. Brent will bring those with him today. So those are not in there, but the cover sheet, which gives you the basic overview of them, is there. They're sitting right there.
Oh, here.
So the actual sheet for each road department person is not in that file, but everything else is there.
Okay. Bills. Take a look at them, anything out of the ordinary. Auditors are here, I see. We'll go over that in a bit. Kind of a cheap month.
Yeah, well, enjoy it.
Well, it is 105,000, that's way below average. Didn't it have a 5 on it here a couple months ago? Okay, no questions, motion to approve?
Motion.
Okay, motion by Brian, second.
Second.
Second by Doc, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Approval and signatures of the CD stuff. Still pretty much the same, right?
So moved.
Brian, or Dan, right? Yeah, there's a slight change there, an update. So it's marginally higher this month. Some interest came through on, let's see, where is it at? Probably that First State Bank. CD,
Oh, and you just rolled it
Which
and,
was just renewed, yep. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, after you guys take care of this piece.
We need a motion to approve that.
Brian did right.
Of these, so moved.
Oh, Brian did it right?
Or did you do this one?
Bills.
No, he did the bills.
So he just did
He
this.
just did this one.
Oh, that Brian?
This Brian.
Okay, we got two Brian's here.
Well, there's one right Brian or left Brian.
Who's the left wing and who's the right? Motion by Brian Loud,
I'll second.
seconded by Boone, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Balance sheet,
Okay, this is a little bit smaller this month than it typically is, but it's the same information. Just fit it on a sheet that fit in your packet a little bit better. Overall, obviously, we spent $736,283.66 more than we brought in this month, but that is normal this time of the year. And it will continue to be normal until you start seeing receipts for property taxes in December, January, February, etc. So you see a bottom line there of now of $8.001 million on the bottom. Just because, and we're gonna talk about this a little bit later on, the 9 meetings that you held with township officers, we had talked about during the course of those, and we'll come back to this, of $50,000 a month in the red. Well, this is a fine example of, that's an 18-month average. This is going to progressively get worse unless it's addressed. So this last month, and this is highlighted for you, and well, not highlighted for you, but you can see it if you just look at the road department and the highway tax department. Those are the two that have revenue, and those are the two that presently have expenses. You have $71,663.51 in revenue in those two lines, and you have $137,712.01 in expenses. So that is a net loss of $66,048.50 over the course of the prior 30 days. So, you know, when we talked about that during the course of those meetings, averaging $50,000 a month, it is, and take a look outside. There wasn't any overtime, there wasn't any this, there wasn't any of that. This is a problem that will get progressively worse until we figure out what our 4 or 6 or 9 steps are to deal with it. So that that's the best piece of information on this sheet for you here today, is knowing that you can't just look the other way and it's gonna somehow fix itself. So, do you have any questions for me on this sheet? As it is budgeting time, it's still important to know, you know, later on here, we're gonna talk about Wells County Highway 5, you still have the $1.954 million in House Bill 1066 Prairie Dog money. It is important to note, your jail and transportation fund still has an excess of $400,000 in it. Not that you're not gonna eventually spend those monies, but you're certainly not gonna spend them in 12 months, you're not gonna spend them in 24 months. In fact, it's highly unlikely you'll spend them in the next 60 months. So, as far as budgeting goes and where do you where might you need those capital project dollars, et cetera, that's something that is gonna have to be sorted out. So, still $422,853 in that fund.
Didn't we cut that way back even last year?
Yeah, it's down to like, 2/10 or 4/10 of a mil.
Yeah.
You know, something to that effect. Other ones, you know, you look at that, it's labeled as welfare, but that's social services. I mean, yeah, there's $1.123 million in that account, but they just got paid here not too terribly long ago from the state. So you see their collection, $7,315, but $112,000 in expenses, so, you know, so those are important things to know, and then in conjunction with that, something I always like to remind you of is the funds that are controlled by the commission, and there is a sheet in your packet in regards to this. So, in all, the funds that you do control, including what's labeled as House Bill 1066, the general fund, the road fund, COVID relief fund, federal aid road fund, highway tax fund, and the LATCF, you see a combined total of $5.68 million in all of those funds. But if you look back at your CD sheet, you see $4.283 million of that is in CDs. That leaves you a grand total of $1.396 million to get you through the remainder of 2024. That said, that is enough money to get you through this year, assuming...
That's a little deceiving, because we do have the ability to cash in some CDs.
Well, I'm gonna talk about that here.
Okay, all right.
So, and if you do ultimately choose to obviously do that road project, that is going to swipe away 46% of the money that you have in CDs, almost half. So, and, you know, you catch some grief from time to time at these meetings for having that money in CDs, but that's what it's there for.
Well, right.
Okay, and so, no, that isn't something you can just cash in and start spending on payroll or this or that. It has a specific purpose and a place and so on. So, do you have any questions for me about anything that you see here or anything that I've shared with you?
Anybody else, anything? Okay, all right, thanks, Dan. Any correspondence?
Probably the number one thing here is this information on compliance review on bridge inspections. And I included, excuse me, included a couple of things that I received on this. I think it would probably be a smart idea when Brian is here from KLJ that you might want to ask him his view on this. They talk just a little bit about what it is that they're looking for, and they reference something as scours, which I assume is moisture causing deterioration of steel structure and bridges and so on and so forth. But if you look at that second sheet, you flip it over to the back side, Wells County's right on the top of the list. You have 8 total bridges, 2 that are in category B and 6 that are in category C. And you're gonna have to look through this. I can't tell you what that means. You know, he might be able to share some insight on that. But I think it's important that you ask that question while he is here, and maybe he's seen this, maybe he hasn't even seen this, I don't know. But he'll be able to either get you information or share information with you of what that really and truly means. I think as you sit here, you know that you've got one south of Harvey that's gonna be replaced here in the next 60 days. I'll use that term. You've got two more that you've put on the back burner north and east of Fesnan, to hopefully shift the money over to what I hope is one of these bridges that's identified here, one of the 8, but I couldn't tell you where the rest of them are. I don't have a clue. So, but evidently they've highlighted 8 bridges in Wells County that either have a current or a soon-to-be future need for being addressed.
And if you think we're in bad shape, just look at McHenry County with 75, 66 in the category C. Or Grand Forks County,
How about Grand Forks?
162. And 12 of them are in I'm assuming category A is the worst shape, just by the numbers.
Geez, there's-
However, and you guys will get a charge out of this, none in Kidder County. Don't have bridges.
They don't have any bridges in Kidder County. Right, Boone?
Well, we got told that.
Yeah, hello.
We got told
And
that.
Very emphatically.
Yes.
In a rather colorful way.
How did you get told?
4 of them bridges are right up here.
Oh, you too.
Right close to, right up here.
Alright.
4 or 5 miles, whatever.
Okay. Anything else, Dan, correspondent wise?
No, I won't call it correspondence because it didn't come to us and you guys are passing around the newspaper, and maybe when Brian, talks about his portfolios, Brian Miller that is, you can talk just a little bit about the social services piece, but that's not correspondence, it's
No.
on the newspaper.
Well, that's moving right on then. Commission portfolios, Brian. Anything?
I guess Chris is probably coming in later, but he was talking about possibly a car instead of a SUV. Going that route, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know. And then, yeah, had the first social service meeting a couple weeks ago, and I guess just learning from first meeting, but nothing real big besides this, getting compensated, I guess, between the counties, so.
That came up at the meeting?
Well, yeah, it was, because they, talked about it the previously meeting that Dan was at, and I guess it was just a little more farther discussed. And, Foster County is sending Wells County a bill, and Eddy County will be sometime, so.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No.
Boone, anything?
No.
I have nothing, I've talked to.
Brent will be coming in, basically visit about the township meetings and overall thought. We've got some good information out of that.
Okay. Getting back to mine, Jana, yeah, they've, dealing with, because the law changed somewhat over the last few years, farmstead appraisals, you know, what qualifies, what doesn't, that's kind of their summer gig all the time. Brian, anything?
I see the fair board lady is here, and Oliver will be here later, so I got nothing.
Okay, all right. Okay. Anything else? Bill and, oh, it's only Ward 2. Okay. The water project, so we can go down, let's do 5, appointment of Wells County Superintendent of Schools. Is that a yearly thing, Dan? or-
You presently don't have one, and,
Warren resign? That was a joke.
And so, obviously, we all kind of know how we got here. I did wear that hat, and due to the state's attorney's view of some archaic, antiquated, bygone era in North Dakota, she saw to it that I could not hold that position and bring that land annexation piece forth, so I resigned from that position. Warren Strand was appointed to that position to get that thing at least heard at the state level, which it never did, because the clock was run out. And I'm not happy about that. doesn't make any difference, it's water, the bridge, can't do anything about it now. So I informed the landowners of that, but at this particular time, it would be my recommendation that you reappoint me to that particular position so that somebody is doing the work.
Okay.
And basically, all that involves these days is filing documents.
Well, and I was, not to interrupt, but for the sake of the paper, the people out here, and Brian, who's new on the commission, briefly explain nowadays, what does the superintendent of schools do?
Largely, it's filing paperwork from schools in your county, of which there are two. We have other districts that exist in Wells County, but it's an Eddy County school, it's a Benson County school, etc. So Pheasant, Bowden, and Harvey are the only two active school districts in the county, so they send me their election results, they send me their budgets, etc. That's largely what it is. It's filing, it's keeping things in place. And believe it or not, there's a provision in state law that suggests that if a school district doesn't have a superintendent, that the county superintendent of schools would assume that role. Well, that technically wouldn't even be legal, except in my case, I am licensed to do that work. I did do that. I did go back to Harvey Public Schools for 1 year. You know this board, you know this anyway. And, so that's what a county superintendent of schools largely does.
And
is
it's
file papers.
very limited as far as how many hours a year, about,
A few,
very few.
yeah.
And historically, there's a superintendent of schools, this is back in the one-room schoolhouse days when they didn't have a superintendent, so the superintendent of schools went out and visited all these
Country
different,
schools and
or
everything, yeah.
even the last one they would have done that with, would have they done that with the elementary school in Hertzfield? Maybe, way back, maybe.
Yeah, that was
And it was to
first.
oversee, to make sure that it was running properly. Well, those days are over and
Okay.
gone and done with.
So this is an interesting deal, and it might help to understand exactly what Stan's point here is. Pony Gulch has a little deal on the Wells County Fairgrounds there. They've got their old school, and somebody came in, they wanna do a record search. Okay, so I go in the back and pull open the file drawer, and I just grabbed your 1927. Pony Gulch, you know, is a rural township south of Harvey. How many schools do you think were in Pony Gulch Township alone in 1927?
What do you think?
Not one, not two, not three. There were 4 schools in that 6 by 6 mile area
Really?
in 1927. And every one of them had, give or take, about 20 kids in there.
The old
I mean-
one-room schoolhouses.
There probably isn't one child living, school-age child living in Pony Gulch Township today. There were 4 schools there in 1927.
I know, that's up.
So that's, yeah, from a bygone era, that position probably did a lot.
That was a big job then. You gotta go out and visit them. You know, how many were in the whole county at that time?
Yeah, and if you think
Do we
there
got-
were in Pony Gulch, there were probably 100 and something.
And I'm old enough to go to White School, county school, when I was in the 1st grade, and Eddie Thorson, remember her name, yeah, she'd come down from Rugby twice or 3 times a year. She'd look at all the records, she'd observe classrooms, and she was like the overseer of, well, those days are gone. Each school has a superintendent now, so.
Do we gotta make a motion?
So with
Yeah,
with
maybe.
that all being said, I will
Yep.
make a motion to renominate.
All right, motion by
Mr.
Doc, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Boone, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Bill, are you waiting for your counterpart?
Yeah,
Right?
I thought there'd be somebody from Carrington here,
Okay,
but
that's fine, it's not 9 o'clock
Yeah.
yet either, so we can go on to other stuff. Dan, you wanna talk about the audit?
Sure.
Or-
You've got the audits at the very bottom of your packet.
Problem.
And, you know, we're required to do this every other year, so this is an audit of 2022 and 2023. It is not a current audit, and that is articulated on the front page, so you have make that connection. So it stands to reason we will be audited again in 2026 for the 24 and 25 fiscal years here in Wells County. And if you were to ever have yourself in a situation where you have in excess of $750,000 annually of federal government, then you have to get audited annually. So, so this is what you get, obviously, to, you know, I suppose, make the public feel better about the county. There is nothing wrong here. The only thing they want is they want more demonstrated on the revenue side of things. If you go to page 50, which is the your areas that you need to improve, it talks specifically about wanting more transparency in revenue. A couple of years ago, obviously it was you need to do a better job of showing both your expenditures and your revenue. And the state has templates that you can utilize for this, and I did utilize those for the expenditure part of things. I did not find their revenue side of things to be nearly as user-friendly and very difficult to use. The revenue or the expenditure side, very easy to use, and so I've done that. So, and we talked about that. It's not that we don't have this information. You've no doubt seen the budget sheets that are handed out to all of the different offices. There's one for the commission as well. So they exist. The issue that I have with revenue, and we get revenue from a number of different places, and you've learned a lot about that over the last several months. Everything from state aid to due to legislative action to your taxes, etc. The only revenue that's a sure thing in my book is the revenue that's generated by levying taxes. And that's only a sure thing if people actually pay their taxes, which is always a handful of people that don't, and you always end up short. I mean, you'll eventually get those dollars, but it might be a year late, it might be 2 years late, it might be 3 years late, it might be after a tax sale. So you'll get them, school districts will get them, ambulance districts will get them, fire districts will get them. So eventually you'll get that money, but it might be 3 or 4 years late. So I'm not real comfortable saying that, hey, we're gonna get $519,000 from the state government and state aid. I don't know that. Depends on their tax revenues. So, yeah, I suppose you can, you know, and that's really what I do, is I have a separate sheet where I look at the last 12 months, add those up, average it, and that's what I think we'll get. I don't know that.
Well, it's an estimate.
So that is, that is our audit, and it does tell me that Wells County has to do a better job of being able to show its revenue.
Well, they have to come up with something, otherwise they wouldn't justify the means of auditing.
And it did cost $16,000 for them to be here for a day and a half.
Really?
So,
Oh, yeah, audits are not cheap. Cheap
But,
compared to engineering firms, that's another story.
Well, we don't start that.
No, I'm keeping that for later.
and they do, I mean, when they come in here, they expect you, they'll send you a list of things, these are the things that we want. And they'll just, you tell them your first check and your last check, and then they have a deal that randomly selects which invoices they're gonna pull. And I have to provide them information of what we pay to PERS and all of our salary and benefits and things of that nature, so they make sure that everything adds up. And there is no issue there. Everything does add up in Wells County, and I'm proud of that, and really proud of the gals in the treasurer's office and my deputy for making sure that those things are very good. But yeah, we've got to do a better job of being able to show revenue, so.
And did they give you any indication at all, you know, how auditors are, and I'm assuming this auditing firm does a lot of counties, do most of them use the state template for revenue? And that's why they just prefer that then,
Yeah.
probably. So it's a kind of a gray area opinionated thing.
So yeah, we had that conversation when they were here, and they would ask me things like, well, how do you It's a yes. And I've been doing budgets for a long time for, you know, school district and so on, and never easy to anticipate what you're gonna get, but.
Okay, we need a motion to approve the audit. Motion by Brian,
Second.
second by Doc. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Right.
Opposed, carried. Okay, 9 o'clock, I am assuming it's everyone from Garrison Diversion here who's like to be here, and Bill and or who's ever in charge, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, we're here from Garrison Diversion. We've got a pipeline being constructed right now. It will go across the southern end of Wells County. And also we're irrigating close to 8,000 acres out of the McCluskey Canal. Most of it is south of Turtle Lake. But Dwayne DeCray, the manager, and Kip Kovar, the engineer.
Scott, former Marion.
The
Scott Marion, he's the
Field supervisor.
field supervisor of the canal. So that's the irrigation out of the McCluskey Canal is the first use of Garrison Diversion facilities to do anything. And we, you know, that's pretty, it's an accomplishment to get that much going, and there's more and more people asking about it and moving towards it as time goes on. And the important thing is that we use our Missouri River water, or somebody downstream will use it. You have to perfect the water right by being the first to use it. And then the other thing, 6-foot pipeline from McCluskey around the Hofer Lake across to, it goes into the Cheyenne River about a couple miles from the edge of Lake Ashtabula. And that will then feed the Cheyenne River, which will feed the Red, and will everybody, Fargo, Hillsborough, Grand Forks, and Winnipeg, will all drink that water. And we got about 9 miles in the ground right now, and by fall we're going to have 30 miles.
next fall.
So, and when will we hit Wells County?
We're in Wells County.
Oh, you are?
We're 3 miles into Wells County.
Okay. And if you, you can drive at any time east of Carrington by the Cows and Company Creamery. East of there is where it's done, and I think it looks pretty good, the recovery of the land and the condition of the roads, so that's always a concern. Anything else you guys want to bring up?
Well, I think we have some handouts.
There's the man to ask questions. He's the
and
answer.
have questions.
I'm not really sure where you want to head with the topic, but, you know, I have a hand on the McCluskey Canal. I don't know if you're interested in the resources there, what we irrigate. But we do have a handout for the Red River Valley Water Supply Project, the big project. We have a
I guess
general-
that's probably our main concern
Yeah.
is the construction going on in Wells County as far as, you know, progression, road access, what
Yeah, I
kind of
think-
permits you need.
So question, I understand the pipeline will start from the McCluskey Canal?
Yeah, so the intake is right there to the northwest of McCluskey,
Okay.
the city of McCluskey.
Question that we get asked quite a bit is why did we not use the canal all the way to the end and then start the pipeline?
You mean like up towards Lone Tree?
No,
Yeah.
like even over from
Rockford.
Oh.
Canal, that's what you're asking.
Canal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the federal government wouldn't allow us to put water in the last 14 miles of the canal. It crosses the Continental Divide. Probably for a better answer, you'd have to ask the federal government. It doesn't make any sense to people who live around here, but they won't allow us to put water across that. It's a deal they made with Canada. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Aren't they gonna have to cross the Continental Divide to get into the Cheyenne?
Exactly. It doesn't make any sense in their mind. If it's in a pipe, it's more acceptable than in an open canal.
And
I
it's
understand
treated,
that, but I mean, you're still crossing it.
You're still crossing it.
it wouldn't, in an open canal, it wouldn't be treated, but it'll be treated, the pipe will be treated water.
Wouldn't it have made sense, and I know there's room, or there's stop at McCluskey and then there's a start of the in Rockford. I've fenced most of the stuff west of 14 with Lone Tree and all the stuff that's over there. And I've also made a lot of hay in the Rockford Canal, okay? It would have made sense, like they say, because there's a lot of controversy about what that canal is still doing there. It would have been pretty simple to put that pipe in there and push it shut. I'm just gonna make that comment. I know that it doesn't do any good to say that, but that common sense would have been very nice. I mean, if you're talking an open canal doesn't work, it wouldn't take much to push that shut. There's a pipe underneath. 'Cause one of the problems we're gonna deal with, and this has to do with Garrison Diversion, we found this out the other day. Okay, there's canal bridges. How many canal bridges in Wells County?
Quite a few.
Several.
They gave them to us. Now we have to deal with those bridges. This is always the aftermath of projects. Are we gonna deal with the aftermath of these projects with you guys? Hopefully not. I'm just bringing that forward. Because it's still, the Rockford Canal was constructed before they even got the Lone Tree done, and that was a big sore subject. I mean, I don't wanna bring things up, but the same thing's gonna happen with your pipe. And so, hearing that, hopefully, you can take care of some of that, and that's the only reason I brought it up. I didn't mean to cause any trouble or anything like that, I just wanted to let you know the subject is there.
Yeah. No, can't argue with you.
Yeah, thank you.
You've heard that before, right?
Yes. Yes, we have.
Nice to be reminded though.
Yeah, no, it's fine, yep. You know, I think we came, what, a year ago maybe, or a little bit longer, and talked to you, kind of gave you an update on where we were at, what was coming in the future, and at that time, you know, we anticipated working in Wells County. It was only like 2 or 3 miles. And I think there was no county roads involved at that time. It was just township roads, I think.
Correct.
And you know, you directed us to work with Brent at that time. I think I recently received a letter from Wells County just saying, hey, you're in our county working, you need to fill out some permits. And so we'll do that. You know, at the time, a year or 2 ago when we first came, we didn't know there was permits involved because you guys didn't mention anything, but we'll jump on that.
Did you have to get zoning permits when you were in Foster County?
They don't have anything. They don't have any planning and zoning permits for
Really?
Foster. Yeah. I think now they're thinking they want to
So,
create
but-
something, but
Really?
Yep.
So if you
They don't
wanted
have-
to cross a county highway,
they don't have a permit process in place.
really?
So, you know, in the last 6 months, I've been trying to develop a process for them.
Okay.
Been trying to help them out.
That's interesting to know.
And that, you know, that's what we've heard across all the counties are road maintenance issues. And when we came last time, we brought a draft road maintenance plan to you. It tried to spell out what we were gonna do. So we're gonna put chemical down for dust control at least twice a year. We're going to blade, you know, twice a month. Give you guys the option if you guys want to do the blading, or if you want our contractor to do the blading. If you guys do the blading, we'll reimburse you and work through those costs that it costs you guys to blade. Also in there was, after the project's complete, we'll come back and restore the road. You can either take the cash or you can have the contractor. So those are all spelled out in that plan. You guys didn't sign it. It was more of a handshake deal. I think we would try to come back again, adjust that, and actually try to get some signatures on that. So that we both understand
Right.
what we're gonna do and what we're not gonna do.
Well, there was nothing involved in the county at that time, it was just Billadu Township.
There you go, yeah. And, you know, we probably would want townships to sign that too.
Right.
So we understand, you know, for example, which roads can we cross, which roads can we open cut?
I wouldn't offhand, but most of the townships in Wells County adhere to the county zoning plan. But there's a couple that don't have any, there's a couple that have their own, just so you're aware of that, down the road, and that's Jana, that takes care of that, and she, you'd have to deal with her and then that letter and stuff.
Okay. And we'll dig into that, so,
Okay.
over the next 2 years, we'll be going east of town, east of Carrington. So we'll be working from Carrington over to Cooperstown. So my guess is in the next 2 years, we won't make it to Wells County. With a bid contract, it'll be that next biennium after that.
I have one suggestion for you as far as your maintainers and your contractors go. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody here, but I live close to Lone Tree Dam, where it proposed was. And the trucks went past our yard for days, and they had a maintainer out there, and they had a water truck. They made cracks in the road, and they tried to rectify it. What happened is they took the crown out of the road, and they took the tracks out of the road, and they flattened the road, and that road has never been the same since. So all I'm saying is when you tell this contractor to return that road,
We're maintaining it.
okay, I'm just saying, but I'm also saying for the rest of your places you go, make sure your contractor understands what he's doing as far as returning that road to where it was.
Yeah, and how we are handling that is we do pre-construction surveys.
Okay.
So we'll fly it, do a drone video, and we'll actually drive it with your road superintendent,
Good.
take notes, and then we don't let the contractor off the hook until
He
the
signed
county drives with us and approves, signs off on, hey, this is acceptable.
Good idea.
I'm sure they've learned along the way too.
We are learning a lot of lessons every week.
We're under a time constraint
Okay.
here. Any other information you would like to portray to us or give to us?
Maybe the only thing I'll mention is, I know, Central Plains serves you guys. Originally, Central Plains did sign up for the project. I think they signed up for maybe 0.6 cubic feet per second at the initial phase of the project. Since then, they've kind of declined and they're not involved in the project. I would just say if you're getting water from Central Plains and you see a need for the project, maybe they have capacity issues in the south, encourage them to maybe take another look at the project. And you're right on the project, cheapest, most economical, sign up is Central Plains, and they cover at least a third of the entire project across the state, and they're not gonna sign up, so I would encourage you, to have Central Plains sign up. That'd be the last thing I would mention.
All right, any questions for anybody within the Garrison Diversion group that's here? Anybody have anything else?
There isn't any irrigation in Wells County going on,
No.
that's all then.
It's just the McCluskey Canal.
Okay.
I just bring that up for your information.
When is the total completion supposed to get done?
So it's 10-year build, 2032. That would be the pipeline plus 2 pump stations, water treatment plant, and some other features.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for coming in.
Yep.
Appreciate the information. Well,
I'll work
Keep
with,
it on.
is it Jana?
Jana,
Yeah.
yes,
Yep.
tax equalization is her main title.
Yep.
This is her
Zoning is your.
secondary little gig that you sometimes get associated with working with a small county, so she's in charge of that. All right, we have numerous Fair Board people here, thank you. Jolene, the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here along with 4 board members, Mary, Larry, Wade, and Leanne. And our concern is taking care of the fairgrounds. And what we are expected to do and what you guys are willing to do.
Okay. This all stems from to review and Jolene called me a couple weeks ago and to review, perk your memory from last month. Brent came to us and said that, you know, the road crew is willing to get the fairgrounds ready for the fair, maintain it, et cetera, but it's really taking away from a lot of spring work, spring blading and that, and he would just suggest that, is there a better option as far as hiring someone to mow? And that's really why you're here, okay, just to get everybody on board as to what the situation is. So, you know, we've had a month to think about this. What are your thoughts? I mean, have you had
Well,
meetings since, or?
I mean, speaking for myself, I guess I visited with the rest of them, but, we really didn't know there was an issue. Because he's come right to our meeting and just whatever we can do.
Well, and
And
he'll
so-
continue to do that.
We just don't know where we should go with it. As volunteers, I guess I'm not willing to push them over, you know? So, we just need to know, so when spring comes, what needs to be done. Even fall work, things that we have to have work on. So, whatever we can work out. You guys have anything?
What is the hours budgeted for the fairgrounds that is in the?
There, Brad, floor is yours. There's really no budgeted number of hours, and every spring is different. If there's water issues, and you know, that's like saying hiring someone to mow the grass. Well, you know how it rained this spring. I don't know how often you were mowing out there, but twice as much as normal. So every year varies. That's a political answer, isn't it? But
We had about 500 county man hours into prepping the fairgrounds in May and June. I mean, sometimes 3-4 guys out there. Every spring is different, there's no
Right.
way I can tell you, you know, I mean, but obviously with the wet spring that we had, for us to get the fairgrounds into shape the way we feel it should be kept and the way you guys want it kept, and I think we're pretty close on that, is that we can't let it get away from us. So we were mowing twice a week, a lot of times.
you know, and we run into a situation now. We have an extra, and this is unrelated to this, but you'll get my point. We have an extra blade this year, and we've gotten requests from townships to bring in shoulders from different roads, and one of the situations were that Brent was gonna do this and help some, because there's a narrow window when the grass is short that you can do this in the spring of the year. Well, if Brent's at the fairgrounds, then he can't be doing that. So it's kind of a new and developing situation that wasn't around 5-6 years ago. So it isn't that he isn't willing to do this, we just have to figure out what's the most efficient use of his time in that narrow time frame. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
And if they lose 5 days, and then you have the township saying, we haven't seen that blade all
Yeah.
week, and these shoulders should be pulled in, they should be doing that. And they're willing to help, but it gets to be a time problem.
Right?
What I would like to see is a part-time employee hired by the fairgrounds in May and June, to keep up with the every week mowing. So we don't have to work on keep getting the fairgrounds into shape. But the week before the fair, or things like that, when they need the payloader out there, or the skid steer, or a few bigger projects, getting ready for the fair, we're willing to come out and help mow for a week to get it looking, that's final touches, but it's just the May and June work, when we should be out working on the highways and on the roads, that we're spending all the time. You know, I'm not, you know, what I would like the fair board to seriously consider is looking for a part-time employee to work in May and June and get you through the fair. And then when we get to July, then it's county stuff out there. Usually we're mowing because of, there's something going on at the festival hall or something like that. And we don't obviously have to mow as often then. So I guess my thing would be was the commission and the fair board willing to work together to find a part-time employee to run the county mowers for a month or 2 months, 2.5 months, April, May, June, to get through the fair, to take some of the stress off the road department.
All right, we certainly wouldn't agree to, or don't worry about the fact that the road department's not abandoning the fair. They
Right.
will certainly
Right.
be there to help prep it for the fair.
Yep.
It's, well, just like Brent says, cause this shoulder, bringing in shoulders, depending on when it thaws out in the spring, is from this year, it was early spring, from the 10th of April to the, what, 15th of May, and then it's done. You can't do that now because the grass is growing.
Well, it actually was
narrow
a little
window.
later, but yeah, I mean,
So-
by the time you get to June first, our window is closed.
Right.
Our window is usually every year to work on shoulders in May. And that's, this year, as it turned out, we were mowing all the time because it was warm, not warm, but it was, we had an open winter and lots of rain this spring, and that grass started growing and it just gets away from you.
So, any comments from the commission as far as, I'd like to think a part-time guy to mow grass wouldn't be too difficult to find. You get a high school kid for that matter.
I guess our concern that I visited with some is, I don't know how the fair board can actually afford to pay for it. I feel it's a county issue. I mean, we get mails from you guys, but then we turn around and we're paying somebody to mow it, and that's supposed to be used for the fair. We gotta have that money for the fair. So that's just one concern of mine, is whose responsibility is it to pay?
Well, we're gonna be working on budget, that's an item that
Yeah.
can be,
Yeah, I think wouldn't you include that in your fair budget and then in turn reflect that
up, guys.
mill request to us?
Go ahead, speak up if you have something.
Does that make
I
sense?
guess it's the county fairgrounds, so it's year round, so
Yeah.
even though the fair comes in the beginning of June, who else is gonna pay for it, like, if there's events going on in the fall? And then, you know, how are you gonna divvy that up, just because the fair is in June, and we're supposed to take on those expenses, but nobody else is gonna cover the other expenses for the rest of the year?
Does
In our
anybody know how
township-
Dwayne Larson was paid when he worked out there? Before, you know, I mean, kind of before my time, but Dwayne Larson retired from the county and then he mowed for the fairgrounds 6 months out of the year, and I just don't know which budget, which department his
Before me.
paycheck came out of, but he basically took care of the fairgrounds, prepped it for the fair. The county would help him for about a week before the fair, and then basically he took care of the fairgrounds.
Just like really long time ago?
20 years, Leah, I would guess?
Yeah,
20 years
probably.
ago. Jim Fike was the road foreman then, so,
Oh, boy.
yeah, I mean, 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. And it was basically Dwayne Larson did all the mowing, all the trimming out there, kept everything up. As it got closer to the fair, the road department would help maybe a week or two before. And then it was Dwayne's all summer long. And he was basically employed by the county for about 6 months every summer. I just don't know where his paycheck came
And
from.
money is money, whether it come from the fair board or if it come from the county.
Right, I mean, obviously
Directly,
it came from the
money
county,
comes from the
but
county,
which
and
budget it
so
came out of, I don't know.
well, we'd be money ahead helping do that and having our guys on the roads where they're going.
Right, that's our point. You need to be more efficient.
It's just something if you would consider that,
Okay.
versus us trying to raise that money. And then, like Leon said, you guys end up paying for it the rest of the year. So to me, it should be just one,
Sure.
so.
Okay.
No, so we're all volunteers that are on the fair
Yeah.
board,
No,
we don't get paid for all the
nobody
hours
expect
that
any
we
of you
put
to
in.
do that.
We understand that, it's just, yeah, we gotta figure this out.
So, okay.
Anybody else?
Anything else?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is the gazebo gonna be moved onto the cement pad here in the next couple weeks?
Oh,
I think so. I was gonna call him before I came in. But I didn't. He said he would wait a couple of weeks for the cement to cure.
That's fine, just wondering.
Well,
I do have one thing being the fair board's here.
yeah.
What are your feelings? I would like to, dig up the inside of the track. Basically from the big it would be the south edge. The south end, you would have about 2/3 of a grass infield inside and about 1/3 in front of the grandstands, and on the south end, I would like to turn to dirt, and I'll tell you why. Because it gets absolutely destroyed every year at the fair. And right now, trying to mow it is impossible. We're gonna wreck equipment. We got ruts from moving tires, from moving everything into that grass that gets used every year for that 4 days of the fair. There are ruts this deep. So the amount of work that gets put into, we try to keep that grass up, and it is, literally will throw you off a lawnmower. And it happens every year. If it was returned to dirt and kept dirt, it would be a hell of a lot, pardon my French, heck of a lot easier to fix with a blade or whatever else. And you still have your grass infield on the north 2/3. Because it's impossible to mow right now. I mowed it and I won't do it again.
That's a suggestion for you guys, and you could do that at a board meeting. The other thing, and Larry's called me about it, that we're considering repaving project on Highway 5, which they're gonna mill, so you have that option of getting some real cheap material for paving the walkways. Have you discussed that at all, or we'll bring that up here now too, and that's down the road. Well, it's not down the road real far. If we accept this, they'll probably start milling, we'd like to think in August, or for sure September. So that's something you
Well, that's why I asked the question, can it be stockpiled? Because you need to put some thought into if that's gonna be some sort of a permanent surface in there. And where's the water gonna go? How's it gonna drain? Should we make provisions for electrical from one side to the other with, conduit buried ahead of that project, just for future stuff? That's why I'm saying, like, well, if you mill it, and we're kind of out of the loop at this time of the year, and, I know that you guys would do a good job of blading, cutting out the gravel and lay this stuff in there, which would be awesome, a great improvement, I think, to what it is. But I just wanna make sure that there's some thought about how everything's gonna go forward from there. And if it just drains away magically somewhere, that's great. And
I think you're
I
right.
would really look forward to the pavement.
There's gotta be some thought into draining that out.
Sure.
And we
It
meet
can be
now
s-
in September, so that, unless we need to meet sooner to,
Yeah, you
Discuss
probably, if you're considering that, you probably need to meet sooner, because that's really we can't discuss that at
Right.
a meeting like this, as
Yeah.
far as the draining and all
The
that.
the millings can be stockpiled, but the longer they sit, they set up.
Right,
And
It-
you
the
almost
the
need a
sooner the
track
better
hoe
as
to
far
get
as
into the pile.
no construction
I
engineer.
mean, it's not like you can have them sit there for 2 years.
No.
I mean, but 6 months or into next spring or next year, we could probably do it, but after that, after they sit long enough, it's like a big asphalt filter, is what it is. They set up with the rain.
Don't get me wrong, it's not like we wanna be engineers in this project. We just want to make sure that you think about,
Right,
the outcome and how that's gonna.
Part of the problem with that fairgrounds is since it's the last 50, 60 years, they've hauled gravel in there every time it's rained. So your midway or through your fair by your grandstand has got raised, I know at least 6 inches since I worked here. So now you got all the water running off the crown through your buildings. So if you go in there and pull 6, 8 inches, you could re-crown it to the center. So it would kind of flow out the middle instead of flowing to the outside. And get some of the water out of there.
Yeah.
But I mean, when I worked back there, we hauled gravel in there because it was raining and it was raining, and I know I bet it's 6 inches higher now than it
At
was in
least.
the 70s. Just trying to get the water out of the midway and, well, where's it going? Into your buildings.
Right.
well, that's really just something for you
Yeah.
as a board to decide.
yeah.
I think if you guys work with Brent on that, they get in there with the blades and get that ready and put
Right.
that stuff down.
Because you obviously have to take some fill out if you're gonna add this, because what do you add, Brent, 2 inches?
I'd
3?
take at least 3 to 4
Or
out.
3 to 4,
But like Leon said, it's 6 inches higher than it used to be.
right,
You'd have to start at a minimum of 3 to 4, maybe 5. Get it sloped, and then put the millings in
Right.
and roll them in.
but it's not a real big job.
No.
So, okay. Anything else?
No.
Thanks everyone for coming in, we really do appreciate it, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll keep in touch as far as, we haven't approved this yet, and if and when we do, we'll decide today later on, the contractor then would give us some time frame as to when this milling would take place. But it would
The
be,
millings would be stored over by Hardy and we would have to haul them to Bessemer.
Thank you.
Okay,
thanks.
thank you.
Yeah, we should make a
Thank you,
move.
Brent.
You bet, you guys have a good day.
Employee there.
What's that?
When we go to budget, we should make a note and talk about. an employee
Well,
deal.
yeah, but that should really be in their budget, isn't it? But it's a gray area, I guess. Right. And I can't think that would be a real big expense. Get some high school kid to mow out there.
Well, I can tell you that we had $10,000 of road department payroll into that fairgrounds in 2 months.
Well, but you're always gonna have some.
Some,
It just,
Yes.
that,
but I
like
mean,
Doc says, you're way
if
more.
you take that 500 down to 100, that's $8,000 right there.
Yeah.
Right, and I don't mean to sound crass about this, it's gonna come across as this. You're too talented to be, anybody
Mowing
who's
grass.
talented enough to pull in shoulders with a $400,000 blade at that time of year shouldn't be mowing grass.
Exactly.
And I'm not belittling the fact of mowing grass, don't get me wrong, but that's my point.
Now you guys are more valuable out doing those roads over.
Well, that's
Right.
what we're hired to do.
Right,
That's where most people would probably like to see it too.
right.
This is.
And like he stated, every spring is different. Sometimes we gotta mow every 3 weeks because it's dry.
Wow, right, we
You
had to
know,
say how many hours, how do you know?
Right,
So,
you can't.
You don't. Okay,
And she was comparing to, why do they gotta pay for the first 2 or 3 months to get it ready?
Yeah.
And who's gonna pay for the other 3 months of the summer? To keep the fairgrounds up, that's what Leanne was comparing to,
well, that's.
the way I see it.
Well, right,
But how do
There's a
you,
fair board, what they're talking about, what happens after the fair.
exactly, and who's paying the
well,
upkeep?
it's like everything else, you know, you only use something so
I know.
long on your farm,
I
but you
know.
gotta maintain it year round,
Right.
just because, it's just part of the game. So, all right, Chris, 9:30, right on the dot,
How did you do that?
Timely manner.
at the clock's 2
I heard
minutes.
Brett talking, I thought it was.
Well, right. I tried cutting them off, that's difficult.
Good luck.
I've tried it for years, it doesn't work.
Okay, I found a brand new vehicle instead of a used one that is cheaper. There's some downfall, it's a car, but it's all-wheel drive, and I kinda wanted to touch base with you guys on these before I went and made a decision on it. I do still like the idea of a bigger car because of our winters, but you're gonna pay a lot more. This car,
SUV you're talking.
no, it's a. it's
I
a
know,
car.
but there are more money.
Compared
The- yeah, compared to the car.
Right.
So the car with all-wheel drive, so it's four-wheel drive, is 39,701, and that is black, and so is that. And then these are just used vehicles that we found around that tried to match the black, and we're looking at just 42.5 about in that area.
For you.
Just the vehicle, yeah. And this is a police car already. It has some lights and stuff ready to like plug and play. These are just civilian.
That's 23 then.
That is
That's
a
a 23.
through 23, but it's brand new because it ain't used.
Well, it hasn't been used.
No, it's sitting
What
there
the heck?
and they want you to
This
buy.
almost sounds, I thought I'd never say this. This almost sounds too cheap.
Why hasn't it
39
been
grand for a
sold?
brand new
Well,
car?
probably
When's the
because
last
it's an
time you
all-wheel
bought
drive
anything with
car.
four wheels on it? Your four-wheeler cost that almost, although you should see his four-wheeler.
Whatever.
You got a new one.
So would you be driving the car then, or how would you do that? Would it?
No, I wouldn't be driving the car. I would just keep the one I got. Probably for the rest of my time here. As long as I can anyway.
That looks like that would fit the bill, though, doesn't it?
I think it's a good
I think so, too.
car. I've drove them in the past. They actually go through more than you think.
You know, a lot of the highway patrol vehicles are that.
Yes.
They're sticking to mainly
I
high.
kinda like that idea here.
Well, yeah.
So I just wanted some feedback, I guess, on what you guys think about that. And if I get to go ahead.
Well, I'd be,
Because I
I'd be
think
all
we
for
budgeted
I
$75,000
think it's still too
on a
much money,
vehicle.
but I don't know what you think.
well, not only that, I'm guessing they're cheaper to maintain. Better
Oh, yeah.
gas mileage, all that.
Well, with the four-wheel drive, it's probably consuming gas. It's in it all the time. But I mean, it's
I've got a
probably
car
cheaper.
that's all-wheel
Well,
drive.
most of them are that way now.
Right.
Yeah, they're 34 miles to the gallon. I mean, not saying this would happen. This doesn't have a very big engine in it either.
No, that is fast is what they say. I don't know. If I
Well,
know that
and I'd like to think that it's designed as kind of a police car,
Yes,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, I think that's a good move. You wouldn't want every vehicle in your fleet to be a car,
No.
but one certainly,
Well,
in
that's what
my
I mean.
mind, would be okay.
And it's available right now.
I believe so, yeah. It is in another state, so there's a couple options. We can buy a cheap plane ticket, send a guy, just drive it back. Or the delivery price, I think, was like $2,000 or $1,500, something like that.
They can deliver.
So that'd be money off if the flight was cheaper. I don't know.
What states is it?
Dan, do you see?
Indiana, it looks
Indiana.
like.
They're a leading patrol car sales place.
Okay.
What I
Did you say it was set up as, it's got your lights and all that stuff, or not?
It's got the plug and play to do it.
Okay,
Like,
alright.
you probably still have to get some lights for it. The light bar off of the Tahoe ain't gonna work, cause the Tahoe is probably wider. So if you put a light bar on this one, it's gotta be the shorter one, which is cheaper. And small lights in the grill and things like that, and we would outfit it with Guardian, I'm sure. But again, I still think instead of spending 42,000 and then trying to outfit that, because all these new vehicles won't take the old equipment that we have in them cars. The cages don't fit. It's all designed differently inside, so they can't take the old cage from our oldest car and put it into a new car. It doesn't fit in there. So you have to get that new anyway. And this one might have a cage already, but everything else is, some of them come with them, some of them don't. But I'll check on it if you.
Sure. What do you think? We need a motion for that?
Well, you already said I could buy a vehicle.
Well, yeah, then we
I'm
don't.
just, I didn't wanna go buy one that had no miles when I told you guys I was gonna buy a used one. And I
Right,
wanted to come
right.
in and.
So we don't need
It's
a
a new
motion.
vehicle, but it's old on the date.
Right. It's a
That's
hold,
what it
what'd you
is.
call it, a holdover?
Yeah.
Carryover, yeah.
Carryover.
What's the consensus then? We don't
And I
need a
think they
motion.
quit making those cars, like, that's probably why it's a holdover. They no longer make them.
Okay. What do you think?
I think it's okay.
Brian? Other Brian?
Seems like a decent deal for that type of vehicle.
Okay. Going?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, okay.
Thank you, guys. Now, I submitted the budget to Dan, and it's basically the same rigmarole every year that we do. On that budget, our bulletproof vests that we wear, each and every one of ours, are going to expire. The Kevlar inside, they expire about every 5 years. So I wanna purchase some new vests for the guys, and some of that has to do with the fitting it takes. So I had older ones that were kept here from like Howard, and he was a big guy. And we had Andy Gibbons. He was tall and kind of smaller, but they don't. So when you fit a vest, they don't always fit to the guy properly. It'll work for a while, but it doesn't. Like right now, Gabe is using somebody else's vest, and it doesn't fit. We never fitted him for a vest.
So it's not medium, large, and extra
Right,
large?
it's actually.
It's more complicated than that?
It's measured from here to here and around and your everything, so it fits you properly to protect you. And we found these, and I guess the fitment on them is supposedly more comfortable, but very useful in the field, and everybody's going to them. I guess there's some relation to this area on this outfitter. That the guy, you can see the email, I think they have it in there. I asked for the guy, but he said that he was working in another area, so we didn't get him. But
Uh-oh,
$20.
Dinner.
it should be. I turned this thing off a long time ago, everybody does.
is it $10 a time?
20.
Oh, it's $20.
You know inflation?
I never seen anybody pay it yet.
We're gonna need a sheriff to enforce the speeding limits here, or the phone limits.
Phone limits,
Yeah, there you
right, some enforcement.
Better not have any schmoozing though.
I have a little question. You know, we've spent about 70,000 on some cameras a while back.
Yep,
Are they being used
Yep.
or not?
absolutely.
They're being used if they need that information in the courtroom.
Yep,
They are?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask.
yep, every day.
That's for them best. They gotta have them.
There's one that wasn't installed, because I didn't wanna put it in that junker vehicle,
No, whatever.
because we were gonna sell it.
Right.
So all the rest of them are outfitted with it, except for the top.
Okay, I just,
Huh?
because
You think this is cheap too, or what?
No, not so much.
Get all, how many of them? 4 or 5?
Well, yeah, four mainly,
she said I should've.
1,100. 1,100 apiece?
1,100 apiece.
11 to 14 or something.
11 to 1393.
11 to 14.
So as long as we're talking about budget, I might as well bring it up, because it's gonna come up. What are the taxpayers of Wells County getting a bang for their buck? And the reason I'm asking that question is we just got done with 9 township meetings on roads. Our roads are really catching hell. Everybody knows that, it's not a secret. One of the things that causes the problems on the roads is speed. Is it your guys' responsibility to control the speed, or where does that lie? I'm very curious because I get this question asked all the time.
Our job to enforce the speed limit on the road.
As far as trucks go and stuff, 40 miles an hour?
Yeah, if it's on a gravel road.
Are your guys out
If we're
doing that?
driving on the gravel, absolutely, they should be running
Because
radar.
I've had some very much concern with the people from the southern part of the county, they say that we never see anybody down there patrolling. And I'm not saying they do or they don't, I'm telling you what I'm hearing, so you hear it.
Okay.
They said we got enough deputies around, there should be somebody watching these trucks and watching this speed limit.
Alright,
Because that's what's wrecking our roads, is the speed limit.
thank you.
I'm just passing it on.
Here's what's gonna happen, we set somebody down there, you're gonna be complaining
A
that
couple
you're,
years ago, we had
God,
big complaints in here because they were. bad.
they were down there, they're around here, why, don't they have anything better to do, they want them out of
They
there.
should fix the road.
That's the nature of a sheriff, right? Oh, anyway. Anything else first, Chris?
I think I can tell just Dan about paying Gabe the rest, or another chunk of that back to blue. Is that fine? He's got his 6 months in, so if we give him a retention now instead of sign on.
Okay, I have a note to pay him in December, but you're talking a different time period.
Well, I'll just talk to you about it, I think
Okay.
we
Yeah,
can do
that's,
that.
yeah.
Okay, and then Gabe is going on military leave, and I'm just gonna mention this, I don't know how it works with his pay. He's gonna be gone for like 2 weeks for drill, or whatever they call that 2-week thing.
Is he in the guard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
does the county pay military leave, or do we not have that and he just doesn't, if he?
That's a good question.
We don't, anybody military leave, you have to give him his job when he comes back
Yeah,
and
I'm-
allow him to go, but we
I'm
don't pay him.
positive it's in policy.
It-
So,
it must be.
Is it?
I'm sure it is, I'll look for it.
Okay, so I can just come to you with that?
Okay.
That's all I
I have another question. These cops that work, like, they work down at Bowden at, that wasn't a wedding dance, but there was a wedding dance up here. The people that have the wedding dance pay them, or does the county pay
The
them?
people that have the dance.
Pay them. And like that down in Bowden when they had that 125th,
Same.
same.
The
Well,
people that put on
on these timesheets, they got paid also.
no, okay, so one of them was working the weekend and one of them got paid the dance that they shouldn't. have
Because it
gotten
showed
paid.
Andy got paid like 17 hours.
He worked regular county time. He didn't get, money. I have text messages.
Oh, that's fine. I just was
He
wondering,
does,
I
he
just
did not
asked him.
double dip. I don't allow them to double dip. That's not happening.
And the Stone Garden, you dispersed that.
It's.
'Cause one of them
It's a federal program.
In June, one of them got 100 hours and none of them hardly got any. Now this.
That's
in
up
Ju-
to them to work.
Right,
It's not, I don't say, you go work Stone Garden.
Right.
This is overtime hours and they're allowed to do it as it comes in.
Do some prefer not to ever do it, or doesn't?
Some prefer not to ever do it.
Alright.
I never get to do it. I would like to because those guys make good money doing
You
it.
don't get to?
I do because you guys allowed me to do it by signing something when we first did this, that the
The
sheriff
Stone
can get
Garden thing.
overtime. But I just don't get the time to do it.
Alright,
So they can pick when and how they wanna work the stone guard
Yes.
themselves.
Yes.
so you don't ever get a mandate, I know that's a real flexible deal, from Stone Garden and say, you gotta do X amount at a certain time?
I have a time frame to put in the fiscal year. That-
Oh, yeah, but that's very broad. It isn't like,
It isn't
we'd like to have
no, I
somebody
to-
every
it
Saturday
isn't
night
like-
at midnight
no,
or
I don't
anything
have
like
to
that.
do that.
Okay.
It's randomized and built that way to try and catch illegal immigrants.
Right, yeah.
It's not, you're gonna catch an illegal immigrant from midnight to 4 in the morning. You can't send somebody out to do that and catch somebody doing something bad. It's a wide variety of when they could, so
Sure.
it's hit and miss even when they pick to randomly do the job, if they're gonna catch an illegal immigrant or not.
Sure.
The bonus part of it is they're patrolling in our vehicles and they're getting money from the federal government so that the people here are seeing our vehicles driving around and we're not paying, the federal government is.
Oh, it's a big benefit for
And,
us, I
and
think.
they're also catching other activities like drugs and DUIs
It's a
and
huge deal for us.
Right.
things like that.
Yeah, if you're working for Stone Garden and pick up a county situation, it's.
Have we ever gotten any illegal immigrants?
Oh, yeah,
Have we?
yes,
Really?
we did.
More than just Mexico border, apparently.
No, there was an article that there's a lot coming through.
Big time.
From Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had 4 on the courthouse lawn about 8 years ago. The road department picked them up.
Well, that was a sad
And they're working
situation.
for you now? No, I'm
They jumped off the train out here by Emmerich, 4 of them from Canada.
The sad situation, wasn't there some that died up on the Canadian border this last winter?
Yes.
Yeah, so anyway, anything else for Chris? Thanks. Nope.
My only question is, what, are you proceeding with these vests? What are you doing with the vests?
Oh, it's on this budget.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that, I just wanna know, are you going forward, or, cause it says like it takes 40 days or something like that in here.
Yeah,
So you're gonna-
it takes a while to do
Made
it.
it-
Do you need them this year? or
I'm
next?
gonna shoot for next January.
Oh, so it'd be in next year's budget?
Yeah,
Okay, sure. When do they expire?
5 years, it'll be expired this year.
Okay.
At the
So
end
you
of
got a little
24.
time,
Yeah.
you got a little time, in other words.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, okay. All right, thanks, Chris.
thank you. Also, I don't have a copy of that.
Copy of this, you can take all that stuff.
Hey, Chris, can I have Howard's old vest?
You need it.
Hey, we might need them.
He needs it for township supervisors. All right. Oliver,
Hello.
you are up. Welcome to Wells County.
Thank you very much.
You can stay right there.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So, just to start off, thank you all for speaking with me, taking the time to put me on the schedule. On the meeting day where you offered me the job, I told you that I wanted open dialogue between us, and I appreciate that I've been able to speak to 3 of you guys, not Mr. Buxer or Mr. Doctor. Am I getting your names right?
Yep.
Pronunciation? All right, good. what I didn't say is I didn't just mean that as a group, and I really appreciate you all coming to me with concerns and being open and willing to speak about what's going on in the county. It's important for me to understand what I'm getting into, and I think that I've got a good perspective on that from each of you that I've talked to. So just to sort of sum up where I am with the state's attorney's office, we've got the criminal and we've got the civil side. Most of my last week, the first week, has been spent getting the criminal stuff up and running. I was just speaking to the clerk of court. I had to set up some procedural stuff to get my feet in the door. I'm assigned to most of the cases now. But I've reviewed all the criminal cases that are set for court this month and next month. There's 18 set for August. In all of those cases, I found out whether the state's attorney previously tried to reach out and try to resolve them ahead of going to trial. I did reach out to a few defendants by mail and their attorneys to set up some negotiations, just so we don't have a bunch of trials hanging out in the open. All the trials that were set for August, I coordinated with the other attorneys and with the clerk of court and with the judge to get them rescheduled for October. That gives me the time that I need to prepare for trial in those cases that are definitely going to go to trial. So we should be in pretty good shape going forward. I've also coordinated with the Sheriff's Department about the people who get drug tests at the courthouse. Judge Hobie apparently had some words about how the previous state's attorney handled people who messed with their drug patch, so I'm working with him and Janelle on a new way of holding people accountable if they mess with their drug patch and don't follow the court order to keep it on and keep up with it. Regarding the legal assistant role, I know that was sort of a point of contention when I came in. I did persuade Ms. Zink, the former legal assistant, to teach the intern Logan Grover how to do her job. We actually came in the Saturday before I started because I wanted to hit the ground running just so I could get everything I possibly could organized in that office. So he knows how to file cases for me. We've been successfully working on getting rid of the backlog. He's been doing a lot of cleanup in that office just to make it a bit more presentable. I put him to the task of cleaning up all the old paper files, just so that there isn't a giant mess everywhere. If you've been in there in the past week, you might have noticed that there's stuff all over the place. We're working to sort of condense that and put away files that don't need to be there into the storage area. And that sort of brings me to the biggest change that I'm going to be implementing starting as of last week, which is that the state's attorney, to the extent possible, is going to go paperless. I don't see a reason to have multiple copies of everything when we have a server that we can back everything up on. If somebody needs a piece of paper for a criminal case or whatever, if it's resolved, we can just print it out as opposed to having massive stacks of paper to go through every time somebody wants something. I think that it's more efficient this way. I haven't gotten a work laptop yet. This is a borrow that I'm using right now. I understand that that's sort of up to the IT guys. Perfectly fine with that, just waiting on that. If we need a copy of the documents, if you need a copy from a file, you can just give me a call or something like that, or send me my email. Do you all have my email address? I assume it all went out with the county.
I think
And the clerk's office is apparently very happy that I'm going to be doing not everything on paper, so I'm probably going to have a better relationship with the clerk's office going forward, hopefully.
That's good.
Yeah.
you're on the right track.
It's easier to do this if you have one source for everything, and since we have the backup on the electronic cloud somewhere, probably best to do it this way. Last thing is I've met most of the county employees in the courthouse, introduced myself. I know what the deputy schedules are, generally speaking. We had a situation the Saturday before I started. Somebody gave me a call around midnight, so I just picked up and tried to help them through as I could. The situation got resolved, the person was charged, everything is good to go with that. And that's, we're sort of running full steam ahead. I'm confident this month's court hearings are going to be a snap. So if you have any questions about the criminal side of it, I'm open to it.
Any questions? Okay.
I have a question. Is Kathleen gonna be helping you with any cases?
Yes, there was a case that was up before the Supreme Court. That was Jordan Juneau, probably the bigger trial that happened last year. I've been sort of setting myself to the task of sitting down and reading through the whole transcript of the trial. Obviously, since that one was very complex, she took it with her to the Attorney General's office, got the okay to keep covering it. She did argue it before the Supreme Court after she left this position because nobody else was really in a position to. So that's sort of what she ended up doing. But it got returned with there might be some developments with that case down the line, which I'll be reaching out to her for help with, but most of the other cases, I would say, yeah, all the other cases are gonna be my responsibility.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Just was a question.
Sure, yep.
Other departments, I know the public health has got an issue and I direct them to get a hold of you. I don't know if they've done that yet.
They have not, so.
How about the water board? They have an
not.
issue. Have they reached out?
Water Board has not reached out to me in particular, so I'll reach out to them.
Really?
Not yet, I mean, they haven't reached out to me. Do they have my phone number? I hope.
Well,
I'll say.
no, Larry, no.
Well, you have the paperwork.
Yes, I do. I've looked into it a little bit.
Okay.
I'm gonna be speaking with them. I just haven't had a chance to set up a meeting yet.
Oh, that way, yeah, so you're aware of that.
Sure.
That's-
What's the name of the person to contact on that?
Larry
one?
Skifton.
Larry Skifton, thank you. Okay.
And the health board is Caitlin Remick. She probably will be calling this week.
Sounds good. I will look out for those.
If you want, I can send you those two contacts if you'd like to have them.
That would be great. Thank you, Dan.
Any other questions for Oliver?
Glad to have you aboard.
Yes, we
Yeah.
appreciate your ability to
Work with us and get everything up to steam.
hit the ground running, so to speak.
Get everything up to steam and hopefully it's.
You were dealing with criminals. Do you have comments on the civil side or not?
Not a ton. I was more going to ask you guys if you have any specific issues other than the water board issue and the public health issue that you wanted to bring to me so that I could get started sort of investigating.
I think so.
I think that's all we would be aware of right now.
That's the only thing we're aware of.
Okay. So I will reach out to those guys, Caitlin Remick and Larry Skifton, and we'll get the ball rolling on that. But I saw Chris was talking about the stone guard policy with you guys. I actually mentioned to him that you guys wanted a bit more of an explanation about how it works, so if he brought all that up and explained it a bit better, hopefully that sorted things out, but if not, we'll keep moving forward.
All right.
I'll be here for the rest of the morning, I guess, so.
How, the public's gonna ask, as far as you drive back and forth every day, do you stay here in Fessenden?
No, I drive in for court dates, and I do most of the work remotely, but I'm available by phone.
Okay, all right.
Because I live in Grand Forks with my wife.
Right, we knew that, and that's fine.
Sure.
You know, I was just wondering what your parameters are as
Well,
far as.
I can drive the 2.5 hours, it's no problem. I would have been here at 9 o'clock rather than now, but I had to talk with some of the employees in the courthouse.
Sure.
But
No, that's fine. Okay.
I won't tell you that I got here in 2 hours, because
No, well, Chris is gone. Although the whole YA isn't Wells County, so.
We understand.
You have to take yourself to court.
Any other
I'll just push
questions?
that one down the road, yeah.
Any other questions for Oliver?
I think as long as he's sitting here, we may as well go to item 10.
Right.
And we can talk about anything related to that.
I think you're abreast of that. Give us your take on the state's attorney's salary. Remember we talked about that, Kathleen wanted to be paid for the entire month of June when she resigned on the 9th. Dan prorated it out like he normally would, and that's on the agenda item now, so go ahead.
Sure. So I did speak to Dan a little while back. My initial blush indication was that the county may have to eat some of the costs. I'm just saying that up front so you have an expectation of what I'm going to say. As I understand it, Ms. Murray is requesting pay for an additional 95 hours worked in June on top of what she worked on a weekly basis, like it's calculated out based on 8-hour shifts for 5 days. I've spoken to her attorney, Mr. Byers, and to Ms. Brinster, just to get a sense of what the workload looked like before she left. I would reference real quick that she did argue the Supreme Court brief for the Jordan Juno case, which did take a decent amount of her time to prepare. I'm willing to accept that she did some work on the weekends. I'm sure that she did to get that stuff ready and to get the office in a shape where I could sort of take over without there being huge reports. So Mr. Byers told me he'd be fine with extending the July 29th deadline in his letter since it overlapped with my start date. I communicated that to Dan. So as far as the time crunch goes, you have a couple of weeks to figure this out as opposed to it being late. Ms. Murray, Ms. Brinster, and I discussed the level of work that was put into getting the office ready. it's a horse apiece whether you take her at face value that she worked 15-hour days, 9 days in a row versus 8-hour days, 9 days in a row. I don't have the perspective necessary to say for sure because I wasn't doing her job at the time. Mr. Byers and Ms. Murray both indicated to me that civil action against Wells County for unpaid wages is a possibility if the county doesn't reimburse her to some extent. I see a few risks, to be frank, with not settling this issue with some form of payment. We'll open that to questions after I explain why. First, there's the obvious possibility she might file suit against Wells County, which creates lots of issues for
We
you
don't want
guys.
that publicity.
Of course, there's that. The cost of engaging in a suit has to be balanced against the cost of possible settlement, which is basically any amount lower than $4,300, which is the max that she's requesting. Second, and I brought this up to Dan, but it may not be as huge of an issue. It was just my impression, and obviously he can speak to it better as the human resources fella, as far as the impact that might have on law enforcement, how it's perceived in the county, and how recruitment might be. But apparently we're doing okay as far as personnel goes, so that may not be a huge issue. It's basically, as you said, the bad press of the former prosecutor for the county suing the county. Whether or not that suit has merit, it still creates a problem for you guys from a public interest perspective, which we would rather not have to deal with. There's no reason to disrupt that much county function over something like this. I do believe that Ms. Murray would probably settle for less than the amount that she is asking for. The actions that I did take were extending the deadline by talking to Mr. Byers and negotiating to make sure that we don't have to make this action right this second. You have another commission meeting in what, 2 weeks? 2 weeks, right? Oh, it's in a month. Okay, that's in a month.
Well, we'll have a special meeting likely just because of budgetary stuff, so.
Sure, but there'll be another meeting before the actual budget is finalized and before the OA's payroll is completed. All right, that's fine. The actions that I recommend that the commission authorize me to take are to, on the commission's behalf, offer Ms. Murray payment for an additional 4 regular time days, 32 hours, a total of $1,452.80 in exchange for an agreement not to pursue further legal claims for unpaid wages against the county. I think that it's important to settle this, regardless of what amount of money that makes. I think that the proper course of action is to simply say, let's have it all out, no more disputes, and then have it be done. If that offer is rejected, well, we can come back to the table and I can give you guys a call and see what actions to take after that. But yes, I would say that it is in the interest of Wells County to offer to pay Ms. Murray a settlement amount so that the situation goes away. That's my opinion, and obviously I'm open to questions now.
Okay, what do you want to do? And to summarize that, you're coming up with the 4 days of 1,400. If you're a salaried employee, and Ms. Murray's contention was that, in this case, she was working every day. Dan broke it down because there was a weekend in there.
Yes.
Or what, 2 weekends or 1 weekend?
We have June that started on a weekend, and then her time included another weekend.
Right.
So there was 5 paid days and 9 total days.
Yes.
The first, second, 8th, and 9th would have been Saturdays and Sundays.
Right. So Oliver's comeback would be, okay, we get it at your salary, we'll pay you these weekend days because you said you worked, and that's where you came up with the 4 days of
Yes,
1,400, right?
Yes.
All right, what do you want to do?
If that makes it go away,
Well, we don't know. but-
we don't know that, but
I think it's worth giving it a shot just to see if that's the case.
Make sure that when the agreement is made, that's in writing,
Yes, of course.
that she's done. I mean, there's no more further action.
That was what I was
Yeah,
going to
you
request.
said that, I just wanted to say this, make sure we
understand that.
Yep, no, that'll be part of the request for settlement.
Any other comments?
Other than bad publicity, what legal stand would we have to do nothing?
I have to look a little bit further into that because the basis for the argument is a couple of Attorney General opinions. I need to look into the actual case law, and that's something that I haven't been able to do yet because the new laptop hasn't come in yet with my LexisNexis account. So I'm probably just to make this a little bit shorter for you guys, I'm probably gonna go to the Grand Forks Law Library and just research this in person at home.
I'm just kinda curious.
Well, and then you know, it all depends on what side of the fence you're on here. You gotta wonder what kind of work he's gonna do in trying to pursue this over this dollar amount. Her legal fees are gonna be getting eaten up trying to get $4,000 back. On the other hand,
So you're kind of proposing 1,400 versus 4,000, right?
Yeah. I think you should be willing to pay more if it will make the problem resolved.
go away.
peacefully.
I'm in that camp. I would agree.
Yeah,
Brian, you too?
get it cleared up and
Right.
resolved and one less issue, I guess.
I understand
Yeah,
that there were issues between the commission and the previous state's attorney, but I do acknowledge the reality that it is quite difficult to argue in front of the Supreme Court. It does require quite a bit of preparation, so I am willing to take her at her word that she.
Well, and she did that, and I believe that that was the case. Sometimes we don't see what everything
What it takes
she
to make
or
it.
they do.
And I realize that's for sure.
Okay. We need a motion in this regard. It sounds like the consensus would be is to offer her the 4 days, 1,400.
I think Dan had something he wanted to say.
Okay,
right?
Dan.
I'm of the opinion that you allow him to, I wouldn't make a motion to do anything specific. I would allow him some leeway.
Yep.
But I'm further gonna say this, you know, sometimes you spend $1,400 a lot worse ways than that. But that being said, I've sat with school boards and I've seen other groups crumble under the weight of, you're gonna get sued. Who the hell cares? I'm serious here.
That was what
Okay.
I was talking about.
You know, and I asked you specifically, worst case scenario, you'd end up paying the whole amount and her legal fees.
Yeah.
That's the worst case scenario. But I would challenge anybody to come in here and say that a salaried person is entitled to more than their salary just because they had to work extra.
Right.
You're a
No.
salaried employee. I wouldn't be afraid of this, but at the same time, if it goes away and everything else goes away and this employee just goes away, the $1,400 would be well spent.
I tend to agree with you,
I'm
which
done.
is why before I talk to Mr. Byers, I am going to do a bit more legal research, as I said. It's just a matter of me having the time to actually access the legal resources I need to
Yep.
research it first. So I'm not giving it a toss it into the wind, approach, just so that's clear.
So it could, yeah, consensus is good enough.
Is to let him handle
It
it.
is to let him handle it, and that the consensus is that we would agree to the 4 days, 1,400.
Okay?
All right?
All right.
Begrudging.
All right. Anything else for Oliver?
Are you keeping Logan as an assistant?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's worth talking about that. He is staying through the end of, or excuse me, till, I think August 24th is the day he goes back to school. He goes to school at UND, so we'll actually be in the same town.
Oh,
I might keep him on in my private practice just to keep him sort of abreast of what things are going on here, because he would probably be interested in coming back next summer for a similar deal, depending on what's available at the time. But, yeah, as far as his actual paid time, I believe that will end.
so you find him valuable?
I do, yeah, no, it's been great having him.
Good.
Well,
Well, that's
that's
good.
good to hear.
Yeah, no, he's been great.
That's good.
He was
What
apparently-
level of school is he even in? I've never,
He's a university student.
I know, but.
Be a sophomore.
Sophomore,
I think he's-
junior,
yeah,
senior?
he's a sophomore, right?
Sophomore.
Second year.
Okay, second year, so, okay.
Yep.
All right.
No, he's been great so far.
Good. That's good to hear.
Keep him busy.
Yep, I tried to. I mean, I'm sorry that I have to keep him hauling boxes around, but.
Well, no, that's part of the gig. So, anything else? Thank you, Oliver,
Yeah.
coming in, appreciate it.
Sure. I'm gonna stick around here if that's all right.
Sure, absolutely.
Yes. Brian, you're up.
Good.
Welcome.
Thank you. Alright, so I guess first business item would be the bid opening for Highway 5. We had that last week, 2 weeks ago, 24th.
Yeah.
So did you guys see copies of the bid tabulation?
Yep, yep.
Okay, so a little higher than what we were estimating. I mean, they were still within that 10% range, so not like it was crazy high, but, I guess up to you guys which way you wanna go. The low bid was Knife River Materials, 1.73 million. I guess if they said you accept the bids today, they would get going end of August, beginning of September timeframe. So that would be, one option. The other one would be, you didn't want bids at that price, reject it and rebid it in the fall. Hope for better prices next year, I guess.
Yeah, that option, right?
Yep.
You know, if you questioned why this was higher, you know, initially Dan and I talked about this, that this was higher than their, you know, their ballpark estimate that they gave us initially. But correct me now, and Brent, you help me out here, it was a 2-inch overlay and a 1-inch grind, right?
The original estimate when they talked to, when I talked to them back in early June was 2-inch grind, 2-inch overlay.
Right, 2 and 2.
2 and 2, so it would stay the same height.
Okay, and
We
this,
actually, you guys actually wanted it bid as a 1-inch grind and 2-inch overlay, which would raise the highway an inch. So
yeah, is it
I
a
actually,
2.5 inch?
We did a 2.5-inch overlay.
or 2.5, sorry, yes.
So really, my
You're
point
getting-
is, it's gonna be higher because you've got more material going back on the ground, which ½ inch, that's nothing, no, it's 20%. It's quite a pit, really.
Yeah, I mean, I
Isn't
don't
that, do you
understand
think
it.
why
I
the
mean,
bid's higher?
Yeah, it's definitely a part of it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, you're gonna get a lot better product doing it this way. You're leaving more mix out there, not taking off a full 2 inches of the best mix on the road, the newest mix.
Right.
So you're taking an inch off and you're putting 2.5 back on. The ½ inch leveling course that we set up is gonna improve the ride a lot with
Right.
those transverse cracks out there. How deep they are and how hard they hit when you go over them.
Brian would answer this question, but I didn't expect the cost to go down because they were only milling an inch rather than 2 inch, because they're milling anyway, that extra inch is not.
Yeah, it's a little bit more trucking cost.
A little
but
bit
it's
more
not-
trucking, but I just didn't expect the bid to even go lower.
The less trucking doesn't offset that
Well,
½ inch of
no,
new
because
material.
like you said, you're adding 20% more pavement by going to 2.5.
Right.
And we did add, we required them to have like a contract bond, so that adds a few thousand, and striping. There's some other miscellaneous items that they didn't include that we included too, but,
But your engineering costs went down, right?
of course, just for you guys.
All right, we obviously need a motion to approve this. This is not a consensus deal. You know, we have the option to reject them all, that was in the contract. If you wanna wait, you know, there's Highway 52, you'd like to think there'll be a mill set up within a year or two.
What inflation is it gonna cost?
They're not gonna do this fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
end of
what I
August,
thought.
beginning of September, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Sleeping.
Yeah.
No.
So,
I know, but you just said a year or two, they're gonna set up a mill, well, that's
I
this
said-
fall.
Maybe.
No, a next, there'd be a second opportunity, I'm saying, possibly that there's an overlay on 52, hopefully
That's
that
what I
gets
thought, this
approved
was gonna
very
get done this
soon.
fall,
Right.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
one,
Right, that's what
yeah,
I
I
thought.
think we did like, it was like the first weekend in October for
Yes.
completion day.
Oh, I-
Yeah.
I'm
So,
not
I mean,
trying to sway you either way, but my assumption would be that if you put it off a year, you can probably add 10 to 15%.
Right.
there's kind of two ways to look at it. You might gain an extra bidder or two if you bid in the fall, people's workloads aren't full, but the oil prices is the big volatility with paving. A lot of your cost is dependent on that, so.
We've kicked this down the road quite a bit already. I will make the motion that we accept,
Knife River.
Knife River's bid.
Okay, motion by Doc, is there a second?
If we get this bid and 52 is gonna be around next year, maybe we can get 71 done next year, as long as the outfits around
That
pavement.
would probably be the next stop.
Is there a second? Okay, now any other discussion?
No, that point would be well made now.
About 71?
Yeah, if we get this project done, we have to have a priority.
Yeah, I would say, if we get this project accomplished, then our next priority is 71.
You do already have one project for next year already, and that's
Yeah.
Hamburg Slough
That's the
area.
other end, the Hamburg Slough deal.
That mile and a half or
And
2
that
miles on the other
that
end.
mile and a half will likely cost every bit as much as this 7
7
mile.
miles,
Exactly.
right.
Yeah, because of the low ground.
That's
Because
not
of
just
a
a
lot of
remill,
things.
that's a redo.
Yeah, that's
not
5
a
inches of
mill,
pavement.
that's a redo.
Yes.
That's not a 2-inch overlay, that's starting from scratch.
Oh, right.
Okay, motion on the floor, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Alright.
Opposed? Carried. Okay,
It's good. Then I guess while we're on the topic, I do have the construction engineering contract for that job too. I don't know if you guys got a chance to review that or not. That would just let us hit the ground running too and get everything going with Knife River and the job set up and making sure they're on board with it. If you guys are comfortable with that, signing that today, or
I am not.
can wait and review it too. You got a new state's attorney if you want.
And we don't need a construction engineer for this project, do we?
You wouldn't necessarily 100% need one, no, but, I mean, you need, someone's gotta be able to cut the estimates and keep track of quantities and,
Right, all right.
yeah.
What would the engineering cost?
Our fee that we have is 125,000. And that's, we're gonna have a couple guys out there all the time when they're out there, making sure, tracking all the quantities, making sure they're building it correctly, and then we do all the materials testing, making sure you're getting what you're paying for, and then put together all the pay estimates. If there's any issues in the field, we take care of all of that, and then wrap everything up at the end, final records, making sure the contractor's getting paid, and everything is settled with that final inspection, everything.
So what percentage of the bill is it? 8%?
Yeah.
It's typically 10%, the first part and the second part, if you add it together, it's 10%, right?
So yeah, I mean, our total, the original preliminary engineering was 26, this was 125, so 151,000.
And basically, that's always what you charge is about 10% of the engineer's estimate, right?
It's a
Your
good-
estimate
it's
is
a-
1.5 million, 10%, 150,000.
It's a starting point, yeah. How we do it is we set up, we look at what the contractors, what the job is, we put hours to each task, what we think it's gonna take to complete them, and then we have our set rates that the DOT audits, and that we apply to that, and then, and it's an hourly contract too, so if Knife River gets done 2 days sooner than what we think, we don't charge you for those, what we thought it would take those 2 days. So we only bill for, it's not like a lump sum, this is what it's gonna cost, we bill you for what our time actually is.
Historically, in the past, when you've had a contract like that, has it ever been less than the contract?
A lot of the times it is actually with construction, because I mean, we usually try to, I mean, we're doing worst case scenario, we set up production rates, so, I mean, if Knife River will usually get 4,000 tons a day, we might budget for 3,000 tons a day just to account for breakdowns or whatever it is. And so we try to add a little wiggle room in there so we don't have to come back and say, well, we need an extra $25,000 to finish the job.
So what's the downside of this if there is no engineer? I'm just curious, I mean, it's gotta be
Well,
explored.
we're more than curious.
Huh?
I'm more than curious.
Well, you
I wanna
got
know
nobody out-
if you have
who's
no
gonna be
construction
out there?
engineer, huh?
I mean, who's gonna be out there making sure you're getting what you're paying for? You're paying 1.73 million, and the engineers out there basically, in a way,
I understand that.
covering you,
Right.
because they're making sure you're getting your bang for your buck.
What I'm saying is if there is no construction engineer, what can happen?
I mean, you
I'm
don't.
Because the question's gonna come up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying contractors are bad people by any means, but I mean, you don't know exactly quantity-wise what they're putting down there. If they're submitting a bill, there's no checks and balances there, I
I
guess.
know, I mean, that's.
Another part of it too is like, we'll do the job setup, so we'll have to go and put poppies down in the center line of the road, so they know where they're paving, so they're not just setting down and going. I mean, they'll do it too, but they'll charge you for it. I mean, that was part of their cost in the bid they submitted, I would assume. And I mean, there's a lot of verifications that we do with the testing, the oil and the mix, and I mean, a lot of the times when you're doing an asphalt job, you're constantly changing the mix design to optimize it. I mean, if you don't have anyone there, you're probably not getting the best product that you can either for the mix. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it with the oil content, air voids, there's the type of the blend of the aggregates, everything. And we have someone at the plant verifying, checking that every day as they're going. And that's all included with it. So it's quality control. I mean, it's whatever you guys are comfortable with. If you trust the contractor completely, I mean, you don't need anyone out there. No, they'll do the job with us or without us. I mean, if issues come up, you guys are gonna have to make the decisions on the fly. There's a lot of changes. There's a lot of changes that happen. I mean, you can draw up a plan as best as you can, but it doesn't, it's a starting point. You gotta make changes as you go and fit what's out there.
Can they add, being that there is no construction engineer, can they add a cost to a project if something is not quite right? And can they add that without verification? Like, for instance, okay, you're the construction engineer.
Yep.
I'm not trying to talk anybody into anything here.
Yep.
I've been down this trail with fencing, and it is not fun. And, so, let's say something comes along and they say, hey, we gotta have more money, and we say, well, how do you figure? Well, this didn't shake out like it should have, that didn't shake out like it should have. Do you protect us in that entity?
Yeah, I mean, the plans are set up, so we're following North Dakota DOT
Yeah.
specifications, and, I mean, there's all sorts of rules, what's compensable, what's not, should they get extra time for that, should they get extra money? And we work through all of that, so you guys don't have to do any of the administrative side of it, or arguing with the contractors, or not arguing, but negotiating, there you go, with the contractors, so.
Right?
Brian, like in other projects, speaking from your experience, how many, if you had to put a percentage, or 9 out of 10 projects like this, usually having a construction engineering out there, is this, I mean, by the commissioners, if they would choose not to have you guys out there, how often does that happen? Is it happening more and more? Is it happening less and less? And the other question is obviously you're gonna hear me say I'm in favor of the constructional engineering. Just looking back at what we did in Bremen, okay, now if we don't have an engineer out there, there were several soft spots that the engineer caught, and they were redone to the specifications, and I know you guys know the spots I'm talking about, and there's no protection for us out there except me, and I'll be the first to tell you, I don't have a freaking clue, okay? And I don't know that a lot of road foremen do, because I've never done it, nor I don't think any other road foreman in this county has ever done it. So my question is, how often does this happen where you wouldn't have a construction engineer, Brian?
So, I mean, on a project like this, it's almost always, or the counties have someone out there that's going to be doing it. I mean, if you don't do construction with engineering with us or another firm, whatever, I would definitely highly recommend you guys have a representative
Oh,
on site.
certainly, you gotta have somebody sitting there
That's
watching them. Right.
making sure, but, I mean, on paving projects for our counties, we always do the construction engineering. If it's a chip seal or graveling, well, yeah, then we're not out there, cause, I mean, it's your level of comfort, I guess, that if the county, if you guys have someone that can handle it, yeah, it's gonna be cheaper for you guys to do it, but you're not getting
Expertise like you would.
Yep.
Leon?
Classic example was when they paved Highway 3 the last time. They shut that job down, I think, 3 times because they couldn't get the recipe right. So if you've got nobody out there watching, they
Oh, yeah,
could've
there's
just slopped
no
that stuff
question.
down and kept right on going.
The thing is, this road has been a controversy to get fixed for quite a while, am I right? Everybody wants it fixed. We sure don't wanna have a wreck.
Well, here's the point, Brent says he doesn't know, and there's sure as heck none of us that are.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not
Well,
saying
we
I'm not
gotta have
willing,
a we
I'm not
gotta
saying
have
I'm not
an
willing to
engineer.
learn, but honest to God, guys, I don't have a clue. I wouldn't know what, I mean, I can count loads and count tons and stuff like that, but
But how do you know what they are?
I just don't know, and
Now you're gonna get the contrarian view from me.
yep.
First off, I think 130 or 125,000 is grossly overpriced. That's ridiculous. Beyond. How long will this take? This project, start to finish?
Week and a half.
Week and a half,
Yeah.
7 days, okay? We're paying you $20,000 a day to basically check for paving quality and out there with a tape measure to make sure they're doing it 2.5 inches thick. That's the layman's terms about it. I mean, your write-up is much more sophisticated than that. We're really bad-mouthing the construction companies here. They have a reputation to hold. If they do a crappy job, we'll never hire them again. So that's one side of our protection. The other side of the protection is, a year from now, all of a sudden we see something flaking off and it's only an inch deep. Who are we gonna go after? Knife River, right? So they have the reputation of wanting to work in the future and needing to do this. When I first talked to these guys, I said, need a construction engineer? And then, no, he said, we can do it without, it's up to you. Now, for us just to go blindly trust them, I don't agree to that. But I think we could hire Leon Clocky, I'm putting him on the spot here, a really good salary, and he could be checking this pavement, sending it into the state and doing things and overseeing that to make sure they're doing an okay job for way less money.
That'd just screw up my social security.
It would, but you know, we could work that out on a monthly payment of some sort. That's my rant. I just think it's
Yeah,
too
I
much
mean-
money for what, now, Brent's argument, and I'm not trying to beat you up.
No, it's fine.
Brent's argument, if we're doing the Bremen, we're redoing culverts, we're doing feathering into gravel roads, we're doing shoulder work, we're reseeding the, oh my gosh. You need someone then, because there's 1,000 things that could go wrong. This is a simple overlay, guys. That's my point. It just seems too expensive for what we're getting.
And I mean, every county we work with has different preferences, different ideas, and if you want us to just do the testing.
I'm not
if
beating you up personally.
No, it's totally fine, whatever you guys are comfortable with.
Here's the other thing, guys. I don't think we can approve this because that's dollar amount, we have to put it out on bids. And Dan, you're the legal expert at the arm of this. Can we do it? Every other job, we've had to have 3 guys
Because
come
you
in
had
here and bid
federal
it
money.
and do all that.
Yeah,
You had federal money coming in, this is all out of your pocket, so I don't believe you have to put it on bids, am I
This
correct, Dan?
is worse. This is our money. Before, we didn't
Right.
care.
But you were, to get you had to do that to.
Well, there's a reason why you had
Yes.
to do that. Do we have
What's
to?
that limitation today? I don't.
If it's a construction project, it's $200,000.
That's what I
But
thought.
for engineering, you don't have that same requirements.
But within the county, how much money can we spend? I mean, we can't buy a blade from Cat without putting it on bids, can we?
That's because it's in excess of the bid requirements, and that's why I asked the question
Okay,
that I just
right.
did now. Forever and ever, that threshold was $25,000, but that got raised substantially here a few years ago. And I wasn't sure if it was $100,000 or $200,000 that you have to bid a project, or bid a service.
So if it's 100, we gotta bid this. We can't approve this. If it's 200, we could.
It's 200 though.
Yeah, it's 200.
Oh, it's 200.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like I said before, if you guys aren't comfortable with where the dollar's at, you guys think you can handle it too, we can scale back, form it, however you guys are, whatever you guys are comfortable
How
with.
could you scale it back?
If you just want us to do the testing, we can have one guy at the plant, and we won't be out on the road at all. If you just want us to do the surveying, if you just, we can tailor it to however you guys want to. We're not trying to come in here and get as much money as we can on one contract and leave either.
No,
So,
Yeah.
we,
We do, yeah, I mean, this is standard what we've done with every county that we work with, and we work with over half the counties in the state doing the same type of project.
Sure.
And I mean, it's, I don't know, you get another firm in here, I don't think it's gonna be different.
No, you all work on 10%,
It's,
don't you?
I mean, that's a starting point.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's probably because DOT
It's a gut
accepts
check.
that, right?
Well, it's a gut check. I mean, it's how many hours we think it takes. And, I mean, obviously, we do 10, 12 paving projects a summer, so we have a pretty good idea of contractors, what it's gonna take. And, yeah.
Well, I understand where Stan's coming from, but on the other hand, we gotta protect ourselves with this bigger project also. You guys do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
you're using your $1.9 million that you have from the Prairie Dog Fund into this project. This is all, that money is, you're putting it right here. That's not going anywhere else. It's going to this road. So to me, and I don't have anything in this game, but to add 8% to protect yourself on 1.73 to make it 1.85 for a project that you guys all have heard and been, you know, I mean, this has been a fly in the ointment for years, and it's gonna be in the continue. I personally, I think we could spend $100,000 a lot worse than this. That's just my opinion.
Well, just because you have the money doesn't mean you should spend it.
No, but this, what I'm saying is every cent of this project is yours. There's no state, federal money coming in.
And
This
that's
is,
why
your entire
I-
Prairie Dog is going into this project.
And that's why I'm as tight and frugal about this whole
I'm not
deal
arguing,
as
I'm
I
just
am.
trying to
If it's
play
bridge
devil's
money-
advocate.
If it's the bridge money and the state pays for it all, do it, I don't care. Not Wells County money, in this case, it's Wells County money.
Yeah, I'm
Every
just
cent
being
of
the
it is.
devil's advocate, Stan, I'm just,
We have two options, we can approve the construction contract, we can vote on it today, or we can table it. Dan, when's, you obviously can delay this 2 weeks if you want, right? If they're not going to,
Yeah, I
you
mean-
wanna know today, or?
I mean, it'd be
When would
better
you,
now today,
when would
but-
you anticipate this project beginning? It's September-ish.
That's what they said, end of August, earliest, depending on how their other project went, otherwise.
Because they haven't started paving anything.
they haven't started paving anything,
And
that
they-
just came
yeah.
to mind.
They haven't
I'm
set,
sure-
they haven't set the mill on
I'm
yet.
No,
sure
they
they're
have,
doing
that'll just
Highway
take a day or
52
two, but yeah,
first.
they haven't started
They
anything.
said depending on how timely, if they weren't ready to pave there, they might come in and do this first, type of thing, like that, but a lot of moving pieces there.
We will be back for a special meeting within 2 weeks for sure.
Okay.
And I would say the likelihood is the latter part of next week.
So,
And you'd have no problem waiting till then.
yeah,
for
I mean, you
August.
guys awarded the construction itself, so
Oh, yeah.
we'll still send out the contracts, get everything
Yep.
going with Knife River on that end of things, so they have their, notice to proceed, and,
Right.
we'll still handle all that
Remember,
either way.
it would be my recommendation to table that till that special meeting. But it's
Table
up
what?
to you guys
The engineering?
to table the construction engineering cost until that meeting.
Boy, I don't know. I guess if I was in his shoes and if I was in the contractor's shoes and I was in the taxpayer's shoes, I would say get it done, quit screwing around.
Well, the project's gonna move forward.
I realize that,
It's,
but every time you have a delay,
this wouldn't delay the construction at all, either, right?
No, as long as they have their
As
notice
long
to
as they have their
proceed.
contract, they would still start. and
so then in 2 weeks or in a week or we're gonna have the same argument. Why wait and argue later? Let's just get it done now.
I look at it as, I mean, this total project cost at 1.859 is still under the second bid price with the construction engineering and all that. So,
Why not do it?
Then you make a motion to do it.
I make a motion, we accept the engineering construction.
Okay, heard the motion?
I'll second.
Second by the other Brian. Old Brian first, young Brian second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Well, good work. Then the other thing I have is we got confirmation on the Highway 1 bridge, north of town here. DOT is okay with switching the funding from those other two, on that. So that will be bid next fall for construction, the following spring, summer.
Okay.
There's another priority we have.
Did that show up, do we have to do the 20% there?
Yep. That's, yep.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I remember that's what was said.
Yeah, cause that's on your CMC route, so, yep. And then the other two get pushed out, they didn't really give a good date, it's whenever funding's available, so 2027 to 2029, somewhere in there. Those would still remain 100% funded.
You said bidding in fall of 25 for construction, 26?
Correct, yeah.
Brian, I didn't hear, sorry, did the DOT okay the funding?
Yep, we finally, yeah, we got
'cause like a couple days ago, they hadn't, yet,
right,
correct?
yeah, we just got confirmation yesterday.
Okay, sorry, I
Yep.
was daydreaming back
No,
here.
that's fine.
Okay, as long as we're on the subject of bridges, when do you expect Tenheim to go to work south of Harvey?
Mid-September is what they were saying now.
They get pushed back?
Yeah, they had, when they ordered the box culvert, they were expecting like a month and a half, but it was like 2 month lead time, so. They said it's only gonna take them a week and a half, 2 weeks for that, so don't think we should have an issue completion date wise or anything. But
Completion date was when?
that was
October
second
31st.
weekend, or yeah, it was.
October 31st is a complete, they have to have it
Right.
completed by the 31st.
End of October.
Yep.
Shouldn't be an
It'd be
issue
nice to
there.
have it for soybean corn harvest, but that won't.
I think we should sell tickets. Recoup some of the costs.
Yeah, did you have a question on this?
Yes, I don't know if you've seen this, Brian, but I'll give you mine, and I've got the documents. We got some correspondence from the state here recently, had to do with bridge inspections that are upcoming.
Yep,
Bridge scour, Dan?
Yes.
Yep.
yeah.
And it notes 8 bridges in Wells County, which is on the back side of that, single sheet of paper. Obviously, we don't know what that incurs, but there's 3 different levels of bridges there, and ours are in B and C, and have you seen that?
I mean, not yours specifically, obviously, but aware of the whole process that will be happening.
Okay, educate folks here just a little bit about what that is.
Basically, there's new requirements from Fed Highway that are gonna require increased inspection for scour. The scour is the #1 reason for bridge failure, so they're putting an emphasis on that. I believe the DOT was going to have like a lunch and learn or whatever in middle of August. They were gonna kind of lay out what the requirements are and who will be handling those. I'm assuming they're going to just have the normal consultants that are doing the bridge inspections themselves do them, because it'll have to come from a certified bridge inspector. So guessing, we're hoping that they're gonna still stick with the 80-20 cost share, or that what you pay 20% of your bridge inspections now, state picks up the other 80%. So I'm guessing it's just gonna get lumped on with the current bridge inspection program they have. But we're not quite sure of how all those details are gonna shake out yet. So I don't think there's gonna be any like extra requirements specifically for the county, but we haven't heard, I guess, who is gonna take the lead on that. I can't imagine the state's gonna make the counties do it just because it's kinda out of most counties' capabilities to handle that, so. And they already have agreements set up with consultants across the state doing all the bridge inspections, so it seems like it would be an easy thing to add onto that.
Well, what's not easy is the challenge of the 8 bridges. And obviously you can look at Wells County and you can say, well, we don't have to feel bad because it could be a whole lot worse than it is elsewhere.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see here the cost of a single share for this bridge north of town, which obviously is as sophisticated of a circumstances we'll have to deal with in the short term. But when Garrison Diversion was here, and those aren't small bridges, those are pretty sizable things, and there are a lot of them. And they're 40 years old right now, which means we don't have to deal with them probably in any of your 10 years or certainly mine, but somebody's that's gonna be a lot of them for sure.
And a lot of things with scour too, if you catch it soon enough to where it's not completely undermined your foundation, your piles are exposed. I mean, a lot of the times it is a simple fix of adding some dirt and riprap to protect it from future scour. But if it's
worst where the water is.
Yeah.
So the good thing is for all those diversion bridges that we have through our county, there's hardly ever been any water in that channel.
That's true.
I mean, in this case, but it doesn't mean things can't go wrong and things can't deteriorate.
And so my point is here is we've taken 2 bridges and put them on hold to deal with a more pressing issue, right? So by pushing those 2 bridges back, now you might have to reprioritize again at some point for whatever that next circumstance happens to be. And herein lies the problem of always pushing things back.
Okay, anything else, Russ?
I do not have anything
All right.
else.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yep, thank you guys. Let me know if you got any questions on anything.
Oh, probably need his autograph, right? You might have one in your packet, but shift that over to Steve.
There you go.
You only need his autograph, I think, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I'll keep you guys updated on schedules as they're ever changing contractors, so. I'll just give you a new copy of the over stamp.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
You bet. Take it easy.
Okay, Brent, we're way behind schedule, so kick it up a notch.
Well, let's see here, where do I begin? I got so many pages here.
Holy mackerel.
I just like messing with you, Stan. I already crossed 4 things off my list. Okay, so we don't need to talk about Highway 5 paving. We don't need to talk about water down south, the pipeline. I crossed off Bridge Scour project, Dan brought it up. So we'll start, Sean Lisa, the guy that we hired in June, and is started working. All boxes have been checked and he started August 1st, okay? Jeff Huss, Huey Burton will be retiring. Jeff for sure at the end of October. Huey, I'm about 99% sure at the end of October. It could be a month earlier, so those 2 guys will be done here in a couple months. And that leaves Corey. Jensen and Sean Lisa. They basically were hired to replace Huey and Jeff. Okay? Cathay School project is done. The only thing left on the lot is a rollaway that West End hasn't picked up yet. I do believe that Volson, he called me a week and a half ago. I haven't been over there in a week and a half, but I think his excavator is gone. I'm not sure, but that's his, I can't move it.
Is the
even though we
excavator
did
still
move
there
it.
or gone, Robbie?
I think it's all gone.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think, yeah. So the buildings in the pasture that were in our pasture were also, we dug a hole, buried those, we replaced the culvert, and we put about 100+ yards of gravel on basically two city blocks of the streets. So for the most part, as far as I'm concerned, that project is done. We just gotta get that rollaway off, and I'll reach out to West End again. After this Thursday, we'll have gravelled 12 miles of county gravel roads. We gravelled 3 miles over on the Cardis Road, and we currently have 5 done up in Bremen, and we will get 4 more gravelled in the next 3 days. So we'll have 12 miles gravelled on our county roads, or federal aid gravel roads, or shouldn't use the term federal aid, our county gravel roads. There's about 3 more mile spots here and there that we'll probably work on next week, and then we'll have gravelled probably about 15 miles this year. To give you an update, in the Johnson pit, no gravel. We do not have a pile. In the Hartle pit, we will have very, very little. I'm not 100% sure, I'll know at the end of the week, but that pile is going to basically be gone. In the Weiss pit, we have a very small pile, and we have a couple 100 yards here in Pheasant. So, next summer, we will have to crush some gravel somewhere. Or this fall, I assume next summer. I've reached out to Maddox Construction, and Maddox Construction has reached out to me, and you guys still have not seen the bill for 22 or 23's gravel, and I don't know what the holdup is, because it's gonna be $100 grand, and they have not sent us a bill. We have not paid for any gravel for 22 or 23 yet. And I don't know why they don't wanna send us a bill, but they haven't. When I spoke to Mitch here 3 months ago, he said he was gonna get a bill together. I haven't seen it, I don't think Dan's seen it, I don't know what their holdup is, they're busy. But I wanted to give you an update on graveling that's going on in the county. Chaseley Road project, culvert underneath the Chaseley Road is bad. And it's a project that we do not have the equipment to do. It's probably about a $40,000 to $50,000 culvert, and it's gonna have to be a hired project. They may even need long reach back or tracos.
Where's that
About 3-4 miles from Flicks, or give it to about
South?
half, about the middle, yes.
at? That's where the water comes through when it's getting pumped, right? Where it's getting pumped from the Hertzfield slough?
I don't believe so.
It's in that lower area there.
There's
It's real deep.
It's real deep.
That's, the water comes through there.
Okay.
The water from Hertzfield gets
Yeah.
pumped, it goes through there, that's why they need
What
that
it-
long reach hole backhoe.
What had originally happened was in the fall of '21, I think the apron on it got hit. We were made aware of it in November. It was snowing. We went out and tried to fix the apron in a snowstorm. It held up, but now it's undermining, I shouldn't say undermining, but there's a hole alongside the highway. Basically, long story short, the entire culvert needs to be fixed. It's replaced. It's
That's on
100.
the pictures that,
Yeah, it's a 100-foot long culvert. And it's, I think, 6 feet. I didn't bring the exact, but we're looking at $40,000 to $50,000 pipe, and probably 10, 15,000, 20,000 for labor. And we can fill in the hole, we can try to touch up the end of the pipe to get through this year, but if we're gonna do this project, I need to get the pipe ordered if we're gonna do it this fall, and I need to get a contractor. But I have not, because we're talking about $70,000 probably minimum, I have not took any steps towards it, because that's a decision to you guys when you wanna do it. Now, can we get by one more winter? Yeah, I think so. but it's the elephant in the room again. It's one of our, it's underneath one of our paved roads, and it's not an easy culvert to fix because it is deep. It's
It's a long.
top of the culvert's probably 15 feet deep underneath the highway.
Wow.
It's down there.
It's down there a ways. So, I mean, we don't have the equipment.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's gotta be a hired job. So that's,
Is it a safety issue yet?
well, we have cones along the side of the edge of the road.
The hole is like, what, 2 feet off the
2 feet off the pavement, we can fill in that hole with clay to get through, for a year or two, but obviously a lot of water goes through this pipe. It wasn't an issue this spring because we didn't have any snow. Could be an issue if we have another winter like 22, 23, but we can't predict the future. I wish we could.
One of the issues with it too is the intake and the front apron is like squished over the
I think the apron got hit, either with ice or somebody mowing. I don't know how it got hit. It got twisted up. So we're down there in November trying to get this apron back on in a snowstorm to make sure it was good for the spring. We kind of had it fixed, but a lot of flow goes through there, and obviously a lot went through there in the spring of 2023. Hardly anything went through this spring. I don't even know, not that it matters, but are the pumps running out of Hertzfield? Because the water is up at Hertzfield. I mean, I think they moved the boat dock because the water was over the boat dock. So I don't even think those pumps are running.
I don't think
Not
they are.
sure.
I couldn't
There's
answer.
a lot of water in James too.
Yeah, I mean, then the other thing is when those pumps run, it's not like it fills that culvert up.
No,
The
that
water
has no
goes through.
effect on that.
It probably has no effect on that culvert.
What's that?
What, the culvert
Running
that's
those
damaged
pumps.
at Chase.
No, it don't, but I just use it as
But
an example.
where that
the
culvert,
is.
that culvert is in big need is in the spring run.
Yeah,
Right.
I understand that,
So,
but I just use
but,
it for
you
an
know,
example.
Right.
But there's probably no way you could get it done by next spring anyway, is there?
Well, I mean, I can have a pipe here in 6 weeks. I mean, so it's just a matter of will there be a contractor that has the time to
Well,
get the
is there
project
anybody
done?
locally that can do that? Can Chillicothe
Well, it
do
would,
that?
Susay could do it, Mata Construction could do it, but, I know both of them are very, very busy. Very busy. They're feeling the goodness of no longer having Lloyd's in business around here. And they're picking up extra work, and like everybody else, I think Kerry has expressed problems trying to find help. He can get truck drivers, but equipment operators he hasn't had the luck with. Yes. So if we proceeded, I can't promise you that we're gonna have a contractor that's gonna get it in. But I wanted to, Brian gave me the pictures, I knew about it, so now I'm officially making you guys aware of it. I think it's definitely something that's gonna have to be done next summer.
But, is it something we should have you fill that hole in?
Oh yeah, if you guys decide we're gonna do it next summer, we're gonna haul clay out there, we're gonna make it safe.
I mean, you gotta
Yeah.
make sure it's not a danger.
Absolutely. But we haven't done anything like that besides just putting cones there, because I just didn't know which direction we were leaning.
Okay, what do you
Okay.
guys wanna do?
Well, I don't know, it's inevitable, it sounds like it's gonna have to be done.
It's gotta be done, would it be the end of the world if it's not done this fall? I don't think so. But it's definitely in the near future. Like I said, I don't even know that we can get it done this fall. I don't know if I can get a contractor.
Any reason not to prep for it?
Well, I will. I'll call contractors today
Yeah.
and see.
That's what I was gonna say, let's just get it rolling, and maybe if you start.
If they
now,
can
it
get
might
it
be
done,
next
if they
one,
can
yeah.
get it done this fall, then if you guys wanna do it, then I'll line the contractor up. I mean, they have until end of October.
Well, and if you can do
There's
that.
3 months yet.
Yeah, it would save you the time and expense of filling a hole, if we can get it done, get it done.
Yeah. So I'll look ahead and see if I can find a contractor. Okay?
And what kind of total cost you talking?
I'm just guessing. It's gonna be 50 grand for the pipe. A contractor, I can't believe that a contractor's gonna that highway would probably be closed down for a week, for 4 or 5 days. If they bring out 2 track hose, maybe you cut in half, but then you're paying more too.
80 grand?
I would say 70, 80 grand is a safe estimate with the cost of the pipe, yes.
There goes some more priority push.
Well, there too, we could have saved that on this construction engineering deal.
Oh, jeez.
This wouldn't be bad
Relax.
The new lighting is done in the
Don't
3
everyone
shops.
get rump about
Wait till
We
you're-
had, earlier this spring, actually winter, Dan reached out, I reached out to Dan and you guys, when we got the lighting's done, just to let you know. New lighting in the Fesman, Cathay and Sykeston shop, and boy, I tell you what, we can see. I plan to get Sean in the blade a little bit, this fall yet. He does have some blading experience. When we have a few hot mix plant, patches that we'll do when they get the hot mix plant set up. There's a very small culvert underneath 71 we can do, it's a 24-inch. It won't hardly cost anything, that will be done here probably in the next month. All right, the one thing, and I don't wanna put anything off, and I'm not suggesting that we put this off, but we're gonna chip seal, our plan was to chip seal the 6 miles in Bremen, okay? The chips are sitting there, you guys have already paid for them. I have not locked oil in, because I can lock it in any time, and the price hasn't really swung here or there all summer. It's gonna take about 40,000 gallons of oil, it's gonna be $150,000 oil, okay? And our intention is to do that at the end of August or early September. Unless you guys tell me, wait a year.
I don't know how bad it needs done, but I mean, you got a
It's
full crew right now,
yeah,
so
it's
it'd be
a
easy.
new highway, it's only gonna take us 2 days. It's a simple job for us to do, okay? It's just $160,000 oil, okay? So, what we did in July was sit here and talk about how can we cut expenses, how can we
Yeah,
do
that's
this,
on average.
how can we do that, okay? This new highway is, there's hardly any cracks in it, we crack poured it this spring. The chips are sitting in a pile in a pit. Okay, so if we can get this, if we get this culvert project done, if I can get a contractor to do it, you're basically, I mean, what are we gonna lose by putting it off a year? Hardly anything, it's a new highway. It's hardly got any cracks in it.
And the wear, chip seals, you realize is a wear plate for the highway.
Yeah.
52 needs to be chip sealed often because there's a million trucks and stuff on it. This isn't the case.
This is, a lot of times they'll chip seal new pavement 2 years after they
Yep.
put the new pavement in. This would be 3 if we waited here, okay? It doesn't see the traffic of a state highway.
Right.
But, because usually they do it after 2 years, is why I brought it up to you guys. Okay, so I am by no means suggesting or saying we can do it in 2 days. It's a simple project. But I'm giving you guys the option, especially if I can get this contractor to put this pipe in.
Right. My contention is wait a year,
But, I mean, like Dan said, you keep putting things off, but in this aspect, this isn't an old beat-up highway.
No, it's not.
This highway is still in great shape, and I don't think one winter of no chips on it is gonna really change the situation when you start pinching pennies.
You guys can check into this, but there's a lot of paved roads in Minnesota that they never chip seal, ever.
The other thing is, I think, depending, and I don't wanna put my freaking political hat on, but I think the November election might have a adverse effect on oil prices in the next couple of years too. I mean,
Well, one way or the other, right?
one way or the other.
Right.
Could we see the oil price drop in a year or two? Possibly, depending on what happens this fall.
Right.
So just something that, I'm not,
No chance, they're making record profits. Why would they change anything?
yeah, you're right. But, I mean, I'm not trying to get political here,
No.
but there are all kinds of factors.
Right.
Okay, and it is an election year. And then the big elephant in the room, and then I will get the heck out of here. As of right now, I still plan on chip sealing at the end of August or September, but you guys will be meeting again, and I'll probably ask Dan to be put on the agenda for that special meeting, just to give you an update if I can find a contractor for that bridge.
Yeah.
okay?
Bridge or culvert?
Or culvert, sorry, I said bridge, for that culvert.
Yeah.
And just to update you this.
Say bridge.
It'll probably take me 5 minutes, it'll be a yay or nay.
Yep.
Okay, 2 blades. The Bowden blade, $4,200. The warranty is up at the end of December. The other blade that the warranty is up on at the end of December is the 9th machine that is sitting in Pheasant,
How many hours are on that?
6,400.
We bought extended warranty for that though.
And that expires in December.
It expires already in
Yeah.
December.
You
What's
got
a
it,
year?
yep, 1 year.
Okay,
Okay.
right, that expired, okay.
So, here lies the issue. There are, what I see, 3 scenarios here. Scenario 1, you extend the warranty on at least the Bowden machine and get out to what we talked about in these July meetings with everybody of trying to get these machines out to 7 years, 7,000 hours. Talked to Lowell about it, a lot of counties are doing it. This machine is only, it's a 2018 or 19, so it's 6 years, they're gonna be 6 years.
So it's a 5-year, 5,000 hour warranty.
That's what we've been using.
Whatever comes first, right? So it's
Correct.
a 5 years is up, not obviously the hour.
Correct.
Okay.
So we won't hit the threshold of the 5,000 hours, we'll hit the threshold of the
5 years.
Correct, on that machine. The extended warranty on the other machine, you know, at 6,400 hours, it's only had about 200 and some hours I put on it this summer. Option 1 is to replace the Bowden machine and trade that machine in. Option 2 is to extend the warranty on that Bowden machine. And option 3 is, you guys heard it just like I did at the township meetings. Get the Bowden machine and trade both machines in.
On one?
Take the Bowden machine, what do you mean?
Oh, you lost all 3 of it.
Trade 2 for 1.
Right.
You guys heard the hell that we caught, why we have a 9th machine on hand. We heard it at 2 or 3 of the meetings, why do you have a 9th machine? You've
What's
only
the
ever had
extended
one.
warranty on the
They
2 of them?
weren't worked up, was it?
I'm just giving you options.
Yeah.
So what's the extended warranty on 2 of them?
Yeah, that's the,
Probably, I would guess what they were, like 12,000 last year,
25 grand or less.
25 grand at
I-
least.
I am in the camp that, given the circumstances that you have, that you keep them both.
Yep.
And you don't get anything brand new right now.
Yep, and,
Right.
yeah,
Pay the extended warranty and keep them both.
I've talked to Lowell on this, and ballpark, what's that one in Bowden worth? You start at 200,000. It's worth more, but bottom line, 200,000. What's the one in Pheasant worth with 6,400 hours on it? You start at 150,000. Okay, so realistically, to trade those 2 machines in, and you get a little bit more for both, you're looking at maybe 350 to 400,000 for trade-in on a $500,000 new machine. 480, now they're gonna be 5. So you're spending $100,000 on one new machine, and you're trading 2 in, and you're back down to 8, or you just extend the warranties on both, and we talk about this in a year again. But
Sounds good.
irregardless, we need to make a decision today. Because if you decide that you want a new machine, that machine needs to get ordered.
Are all the current blades we got paid for?
yep.
Yes,
We own them all.
we own all 9.
I'm not in the camp to buy a new one, 4,200 hours, just broke in.
I would extend the warranty out on Bowden for sure.
And I wouldn't extend the warranty out on the 9th one because you
We're not
don't
using
use
it that much.
enough. And you know what? Worst case scenario, something breaks, you know, then we'll fix it. You know, you can put, what's an extended warranty, you said, 12?
They were like 12.5 last year, they'll probably be 13.5 this year.
You can put
Everything's going up.
$13,000 in a CD every year, and at the end of 5 years, I'll guarantee you, there'll be money in there versus buying an extended
Yeah,
warranty.
I'm not arguing either way, I'm just giving you guys the option.
Let me ask you this.
That's my,
You got 2 guys that are leaving the department supposedly.
Mhm.
Their jobs are what?
Neither of them run a motor grader.
Okay, and the new guy you hired?
Ken
is
run a
capable.
motor grader.
Okay, So there's your ninth blade right there.
Yep.
You can put
Keeping
somebody in
that
it.
blade way outweighs the.
Oh, yeah, I'm just giving you options, I wanna keep it.
I think consensus is.
I
So
don't
pay
want
the
you guys
warranty.
to
Keep
think I'm
them.
leaning either way, I'm just trying to give you guys all
Get a
the
new
options.
one.
Can we have a year in between and then catch up warranty a year after?
12 grand is a pretty inexpensive insurance policy.
For a $50,000 repair.
Yeah.
And it's still a well into a six-figure machine. I think
Oh, yeah.
it would be
I think we
wise
should
to hang
get
on
the
to those
extended warranty on
warranties.
both of them.
Yeah, like Lowell said, you started the machine that we got was $6,400, he says, I said, 150, he says, yeah, you start there, it's worth that. So like Dan said, it's $170,000 machine.
And if you have an itching need to get rid of that ninth machine, sell it yourself.
Yep.
Oh my, no, that's not an option, we can move on from that.
I
We're not gonna buy a
just-
machine
like
at
I
$35.
said, I'm
That's the
trying-
worst case scenario.
Just trying to give you guys
No, no,
all
no,
scenarios.
That's good, and I think.
Can you have a year in between and start over with
Yes,
warranty?
I would
I
get
agree
the
with
warranty
that.
on
We need
that.
a motion.
I don't know why I don't know, that's a good question, it's a question I never asked Lowell.
Do we need a motion for that?
Well,
Buy the extended warranty for it?
Yeah.
You don't need a motion,
$6,200
you don't need a motion till the warranty's up.
Say you didn't buy
Okay.
a warranty for a year, but then you
That's
started buying
December.
it again.
And that's
You can do
December.
that.
In December, you
I'm just
can
curious.
make the decision of, yeah, you already know you're gonna extend these warranties, but you don't need a motion today to do it,
Okay.
No.
okay?
You
The
do
only
that
thing
today.
that I need to know is I need to tell Lowell and the John Deere that, hey, we're not trading any machines in
Right,
this
we
year.
aren't, right?
We're not getting
No.
any new machines.
That's good.
So
And
actually,
December.
I don't,
When are the warranties up?
end of December.
Good.
So we got till then to
Yeah.
decide,
Yeah.
Decide you can add on anything.
That
Right.
move right here is step one in cutting back a little bit.
Yeah.
You like was disappointed the two big dealers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
One
What's
like
the
that.
ramifications of that gonna be?
No more free stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go get a cat.
I
next
will,
time.
I will get on the phone with contractors immediately as far as that pipe.
Okay.
And we'll give you a report on your special meeting, or talk to Dennis, my portfolio, when I find something out. And other than that, any questions for me?
I have a statement.
Yeah,
I wish you would stay off of Facebook like Sunday mornings.
yeah, I took it.
And stay off of it and quit picking on the public and telling them what you told them. 'Cause
Told
I-
him that they could kiss my ass?
Yeah,
That's what I told him.
yeah. That's
I'll
to the
stay off of
public.
it.
That's to the public. I mean, Brent,
I got you.
I'm
why
just
I raised
saying,
it the
hey,
next
you don't
day.
need to do that.
No, I don't, but I also
But there's
don't
been a
need to
lot
take
of
the
times
truth
you've been
and I
on there and you had the stuff taken off.
nobody's ever taken anything off of Facebook except me.
I know that, but it got
Nobody's
taken
removed-
off of
I've
there.
never been booted from Facebook.
No,
but
I know, but you've taken it off.
Yeah.
And I'm not arguing that point. It's
I've
not-
shared some
just not a good
videos.
policy.
He
No problem.
already corrected what you're suggesting that he corrects.
Yeah, I just won't put it on there anymore. I just had fun
Right,
tonight, so I
that's,
don't.
I mean, because I got a couple phone calls and it is what it is. It don't matter. I wanted to just express that and I'll leave it at that.
That's fine, and
I don't wanna hold it against you, and I'm not.
No, I just, if
Or I'd have come right
frustration
to
boils
you.
over,
Huh?
frustration boils over, it's boiled over quite a bit
Right,
this summer.
I know. But I
Along that line, it has nothing to do with Facebook. I would encourage you, and I know it's hard to do, is you get calls from areas where it's probably not your jurisdiction, but you being the conscientious guy and you're trying to help out, pass the buck more often. And I'll give you an example of some fiasco township road down,
Oh, that's closed or something like
well,
that?
there was a hole in the road and
Oh, yeah.
there was a hole in the road. and
I
this
know
was a
which
serious
township you're
deal.
talking about.
And it doesn't matter. And
Down
one of the
there.
supervisors
Fixed.
put a steel post in the hole, and that was it. No road closed, no cones, no nothing. They thought that steel post was good enough and somebody hit it. Well, and somebody called Brent. In your case, you just say, call the township.
That's exactly what I did.
Well, good for you.
Right.
Because there are people who
Then,
vent to you in areas where it should be a
Yep.
township issue. These
the
township
township
guys.
supervisor in this situation, then, the person that almost hit the hole called the township supervisor, and you know what the township supervisor's remark to him was? What are you driving on our road anyway?
I know.
You don't need to be on that road. This is an open road. I reached out to the township supervisor and said, you gotta either barricade this road or something needs to
Right.
be done.
It was a
So somebody
serious
doesn't
deal.
get hurt. Then 2 days later, the road was barricaded off. Then the culvert was replaced. I went out there to make sure the culvert was replaced. It was replaced, and then the supervisor left the barricades up on the road because he didn't want anybody else outside the township driving that road for 2 miles. Then the
If we have annual township meetings, that's another point should be brought up. Didn't you guys gather anything that usually goes wrong, they feel it's the county's responsibility?
Yeah, and that's my point.
That's wrong.
We can go back to
It's
the,
township
and
responsibility.
we won't mention names, but the fence issue in Western Township 6-7 years ago, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's not a
I will
county issue.
continue
It's a
to,
township deal.
and just so we
And
verify.
that would lessen your frustrations.
And just so we verify, and I understand, but the video that I put on Facebook was on my personal Facebook page. It was nothing to do with Wells County, even though I said Wells County, the people that don't like me, but whatever.
Right.
I will continue the Facebook page with the Wells County Road Department.
Oh, that's fine.
Because a lot of people depend
Oh,
on that,
they like that
especially in
on
the
there,
winter.
but there's a few
And I've
hints
never
they don't
made any
like.
smart remarks
I
on that
know,
comment.
I know, I'm
But
just.
yes, I did make a smart remark on
I'm
my
just-
Facebook page. Yes, I did. And I will not do that again.
Okay,
Point taken.
that's all that was,
Everybody sees it, that's the trouble.
Yeah, well, the next morning I woke up and took it down.
Yeah. One thing I wanna say is, I think it would be a good idea to get Sean out in the blade this fall as much as possible
He's
and
gonna be working in Gary's area.
clean up a lot of these roads, just to try and get some people out there seeing that the blade
He's
is
graveling
working,
today,
so,
and as soon as we're done graveling, he's going in the blade.
yeah.
Yeah.
Since he
that'll be good.
got
Yep.
the other guys yet too,
Yeah, and when we do chip seal, just so you guys are aware, because we have a full crew, in fact, when we chip seal, we'll have 2+ full crew, cause the 2 guys will still be here. The 2 newest blade guys are not gonna help us chip seal. I'm gonna keep them those 2 days, even though it's
Up
just
there.
2 days. The 2
Yeah,
guys over
they
here.
infect it.
Yep, they will continue to continue to blade because, and Tim is doing a great job, by the way.
Just
I
not
think,
very fast.
yeah, and you gotta remember, this is only his 2nd year.
I know. Right.
I'm getting complaints from the other gentleman over there, quite a few, and he's not getting around, and, I've been working with him, but, that's like beating my head against the wall. I'm not gonna lie, I'll be happy when there's a retirement notice sent to us on this one.
On Gary? Yeah.
I'd rather not put in paper, but yeah.
Is there a reason, a really bad reason why you didn't do an interview for Jimmy Arnold?
Yeah,
Okay,
because I didn't wanna hire him.
okay.
You want the truth? That's the truth. I think I still have say in who gets interviewed, and, I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
I wanted to answer.
We talked about, there was some reasons.
There were reasons that I felt I didn't want to entertain the issue unless we were into a
Okay,
situation that we were really dire.
right.
Um,
Okay, I'm just curious,
and-
because
and
I even
believe
drove
it
out
or
to my
not-
place one day and brought
And
this
believe it
up.
or not,
Just that.
they're not personal. I spoke to previous employer and previous people that have dealt with this gentleman and basically was told, no, don't
Okay.
open that headache.
Well, and don't go into the details here.
No, we don't need to. I just,
Well, yeah, you kinda wanna know.
You brought the
No,
name up,
that's-
so yeah.
That's not the
Yeah.
point to
You
this
brought
meeting.
it up, Boone.
One
Yep.
thing about that, I think, would have been good to communicate to him that it wasn't open to him, or, you know, he wasn't picked as an applicant, cause he
When
did reach
he-
out to me and
When
was
he
asking
turned his
what's going on.
application, just so we're clear too, when he turned his application into me, I brought it into Dan. And I told him, flat out, if we're gonna interview you, I'll give you a call. When we decided not to interview him, I didn't feel I needed to call him.
He was
Well,
just
you, you should always, once
One
the
way or the
position
other,
is
yeah.
filled, you should always contact the people, even if you don't interview them, to say the position's filled, right? Isn't that, Dan, normally how it works?
He just felt
Normally when I
there
would
was
do-
2 open positions for 2 CDLs, he thought, and there was only 2 applicants that had CDLs.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that he gets hired.
No, but
But
he would just.
you shouldn't leave him hanging.
Yeah,
My-
he thought he had
but
a
you're right,
chance.
One way or the other.
But if you wanna know why.
No, we don't need to know.
Oh,
I
no,
don't
no,
know.
I'm not, but I want you guys to understand this. He turned his application into me, okay? He asked me for an application, and then he turned his application into me. He knew I was just gonna be a supervisor.
Yeah.
Why hasn't he reached out to me? Why was he reaching out to commissioners? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. Same damn reason I didn't want him here.
That's fine.
Have a good day, guys.
All right, see ya. Robin, you've been patiently waiting.
Oh, that's okay. I'll make it short and sweet.
Good.
That's what I thought. I'm Robin Ross. Most of you guys, or some of you guys know me, kind of the mayor of Cathay by default. So somebody's gotta do it. Pardon the French, but our town is turning into a shithole. Okay, that being said.
Can you spell that?
Well, that being said, what's happening
Just
is-
ask Neil, he knows how to spell it now.
We got a number of people that own property, don't even live there, treating it like a dump ground. They bring in their cars, they bring in all kinds of junk, and then they basically, I think they're barely paying, of course, some of the, when you're talking about $50, $60 a year for taxes, that's pretty cheap storage. You know, a lot of them, they don't mow anything, we just got all this junk. Now, that's generally not your guys' problem, I get that. I talked to the sheriff here, 6-8 months ago, and our problem is we don't have a police force like most little towns. We don't have a court. So our ordinances wouldn't do us any good. We got no teeth in them, you know, no way to put teeth in. So what I'm hoping is still possible, and according to the sheriff, that if he has time, and we have to involve the state's attorney if that's possible, but we want to send out letters to we want to be able to send out letters to these properties and say, look, you guys either clean this here, you're violating these state ordinances. I believe there's century code state ordinances.
I believe so.
Pardon me?
I believe so.
Yeah. So